Good afternoon, Internet, evening, morning, wherever people live. Um, I'm kind of celebrating. Today, I'm actually on vacation for a week. It's been a long time trying to get a week off, but it's finally here, which means, hey, midweek streams. I'm not just a weekend streamer anymore. Potentially, I don't know. I'm playing it a little bit by ear. I'm going to be streaming today. The goal today. Finish Legato with the first. Congratulations. Welcome in. Congratulations on first. Yeah, I've got the week off. Well, starting today, I've got from Wednesday through next Tuesday off. So I'm planning to do a lot of sort of midday streams. Mainly sleeping in, honestly, because I've just been kind of exhausted lately. But I enjoy streaming too, so I'm probably going to be streaming. The goal today is to finish The Last of Us Part 2. Before I get to that, though, there's something I've been remiss in doing. Is I've actually been getting a number of offline followers that I wanted to thank. Ethereal Doom, thank you. I'm not sure, but I think Ethereal Doom is from Tommy Dime's channel. And I also was followed by Umbralis, who I believe I raided, actually, just the other night. So thank you, Umbra. And then, let's see, going back farther, Manbax Gaming TTV, I believe is a Fortnite streamer, and Logs and Dogs, who I was tuned into her channel for a little bit. She was playing Plague Tale Innocence recently, so I was following her for that. Anyway, thank you all for the follows. But yes, to today's story. The Last of Us Part 2, it feels like the story is coming to a head. It feels like we've reached the point where Abby is just about to discover that Ellie has killed her friends, has killed Owen and Mel. And we're going to go on the Abby rampage part. I don't know exactly how she's going to find Ellie at the movie theater. I just know that they're going to, and there's going to be a showdown. So that's the expectation. I do also have a little thing that I prepped. Again, assuming I finish the game today, which I mean, I think unless it throws any big surprises at me, I expect to be finishing today. When I first started The Last of Us 2, these Last of Us 2 streams, I said in my initial stream that I thought I had heard some spoilers, so I clipped that and I'll play it and react to it later, because it might be interesting things that I thought I had heard versus things that have actually happened. So, but with that said, so where were we? Abby was running around with Lev and Yara last time she was trying to get some medical supplies so they could safely amputate Yara's arm. It all turned out to be a moot point because Yara ended up getting killed by wolf soldiers, at the invasion of their island. So Abby and Lev managed to escape the invasion of the Seraphite Island and have arrived back at the aquarium. Now, I do know Lev is a big question mark now. I do not know what happens to Lev between now and when Abby meets Ellie at the movie theater. So, but of course, Lev is pretty distraught over losing Abby. Not Abby, losing Yara. Not just losing Yara, but Lev actually killed his own mother. Granted, in self-defense, but still, there's going to be a lot of guilt there. So with all that, by way of catching up, I'm going to continue the game. Oh yes, loading screen, of course. But how are you doing today, Legato? I hope everything is all well with you. Let's see. Check and make sure I've got some of these buttons turned the right way. I believe so. Yes. So, and I am thinking, I don't know for sure if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Much depends on if I've finished this game today. Oops.
Yeah.
So yeah, the fire in the distance over there, that's where the Seraphite Island was that we just escaped from. And here is the aquarium. Where I expect Abby's going to find something she's not going to like. Oh yeah, also we lost all of our supplies in the escape from the island. Even our little shoulder flashlight, so... Now I do know at some point before Abby meets Ellie, or confronts Ellie, Abby's going to get her hands on a handgun. Oops. Oh, and Alice, the dog.
Is that... Stay behind me.
Locked. Okay, this was where Yara had been operated upon. And Owen and Mel are somewhere... Oh no, this was where their little camp was. Must be through the door back here.
Be careful.
Did Ellie leave her map behind?
Abby.
She did. Well, that's going to make... Yeah. I say that's going to make finding the theater pretty much instant.
What do we do when we find him? Just figure out how to get in first.
I thought maybe there might be a little bit of an adventure getting to the movie theater, but I guess not. Now, Abby did run into Tommy. Tommy was sniping them on a bridge. They had a bit of a wrestle, and she and Yara managed to. Oh, I guess that's how we get in.
Okay. Grab that ladder.
She and Yara did manage to knock Tommy, you know, over the bridge and into the ocean. Before she could get any info out of Tommy. Whether or not she recognized Tommy as being from Jackson, I don't know. I guess maybe she did, because that did seem to rattle her a little bit. So maybe she doesn't know Ellie specifically, but she knows, oh, someone from Jackson is here.
All right. Stay quiet now.
What the hell is going on over there?
Aha.
These are Leo's.
Okay, so she knows she's feeling hunted now for sure.
He's been tracking us.
Side 2. This is Drake looking at Echo. Fuck. This is Side 2, Echo.
Okay, so she still thinks it's just Tommy.
Fucking massacre. Echo, see the kid? Isaac is fucking dead. Anyone else know the island?
Wait, Isaac's dead.
Where's the backup? What's your location? Who's with you? The freak, we're ready for our squad. Echo, you're breaking up. What is your location? Turn the room. Turn out here.
These are reports from the
Come in.
Seraphite attack. It's not going as well for the Wolves as I guess they thought it would. For one, Isaac's dead. You know, the leader's been killed.
Stay close.
Yara managed to kill Isaac before they killed her. Oh yes, and I have sonar. I think it's really just going to be a matter of going downstairs, because I think Tommy is with Ellie and Jesse inside the auditorium. And I think Tommy leaves and Abby wrestles with him. Oh, we're going to cinematic.
Think I don't know what real gold looks like. Will he see this, you son of a bitch? She gonna love it.
Hands up. Back away from your shit. I said back up!
You're making a big mistake.
Don't fucking turn around. Liv, keep your bow on him. Get on the ground.
You gonna kill me like a coward?
You fucking people.
Bye, Jesse.
Stand up.
Part 2.
Hands in the air, I shoot this one too.
Don't you do it, Ellie. Get out of here.
Stand up! Now!
I still liked Jesse, honestly. I think Jesse was my favorite character of the new characters.
Stop! Toss your weapon. Toss your weapon!
No.
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want. Just let him go.
told my friends. We let you both live. And you wasted it.
Okay, now we're in uncharted territory.
Come on.
Yeah, oh, you're gonna make me play as Abby on this part, huh?
Stay here. Watch the exits. Don't let her leave.
Well, bye, Tommy. I'm disappointed that Tommy is now down. I was looking forward to Tommy returning to Jackson and getting read the Riot Act by Maria. Now the thing is
Fuck! Don't you fucking run!
that's interesting that my targeting reticule is much larger than usual. So I'm pretty clearly not supposed to kill Ellie yet. It's more just... Oh, and also I just noticed I don't have an ammo counter. So this is going to be scripted stuff to a degree. Also, you know what? There was something I was going to do, and I messed up doing it. I was going to create a special save. I don't think the game will do this, but if the game gives me a choice, you know, between saving Abby or saving Ellie, I want to be able to play both versions. So I'm creating a save point there to hopefully, whichever direction this goes, I Okay, well, Ellie's got the gun. Okay, well, that's one Abby death down. Don't attack Ellie head on is the tooltip. Okay. All right. You know, I think I would have learned that, but, you know, I thought it was worth a try, you know. Oops. Oh, and Ellie's got stealth powers now, too. It's kind of ballsy making you fight against Ellie. I'm sure a lot of people, you know, sacrificed Abby at this point, you know. Oops. Okay, not fast enough with that. Because like I said, Abby, we built up a little bit of sympathy for Abby, I suppose, but not enough to overcome what I like to call the emotional seniority that Ellie has. Oh shit. Okay, this isn't gonna go well. Yeah. I need to look for a different way. Alright. Okay. More sneaky sneak. Oh. Bottle.
There you are.
We're gonna go around in the circle. Okay, Ellie not fooled by a bottle. Sprinting is loud, and Ellie's fast. She's catching up with me. Oh, okay, no, she's lost me. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take this break. I need to find another. This is interesting. This is like, I think they've made this like the David fight in part 1, except with vaguely, you know, with sympathetic characters. Like, you like Ellie, you might like Abby at this point, or maybe not, depending what you think of her. I was thinking of this the other day. It's like, you know what? I'm sympathetic to, like, I mean, I get Abby is okay, she's way over there. I get Abby's anger, you know, and it's justified. Ellie killed like all her friends and everything. And I also respect Abby for, you know, helping out the kids.
I hear you.
But at the same time, I don't feel like I've got much of a handle on her personality beyond being, you know, loyal soldier. Like, at what point is it, am I going to be in charge of Ellie now? Actually, I think I am in charge of Ellie at this point. It's like, you're fighting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Yeah, that's a liability there, Abby. Okay, no, I am still Abby. I just kind of bombed. Okay, yeah, I attacked her head on again. I didn't realize Ellie was setting a trap until right when I threw it. I was like, oh, that's going to set it off. That actually should have killed Ellie. But it also means I need to watch out for Ellie's traps. She went in here somewhere. Okay, there she is. Beware of broken bottles and jars.
What the hell is she doing?
She's setting traps for me to run into. Yep, there's one. Oh shit. Nope. Yeah, removing the arrow. I can't take another hit like that, though. Oh, there she is. I was about to say, I don't know where she is. Oh, there she goes. And there's a bomb. I'm like, okay, this is a good little fight thing. I kind of wish you could choose which one you were, although Ellie does have a distinct advantage with the traps.
Fucking kidding me.
And actually, that should have set off a bomb. That bomb too. That was close enough. All right. There she is.
What the hell is she doing?
Boy, you're now second best in the family.
Hey, Dia Montoya. Welcome in. Oh, okay, Molotovs too. Welcome in, Dia Montoya. It is the Abby versus Ellie showdown, and they're forcing me to play as Abby, and Abby has like no supplies. Meanwhile, Ellie is like laying traps all over the place and using Molotovs too, which that's the first Molotov she used on me. Oh, and she sees me. Now, why Ellie's not tripping her own traps, I don't know. Okay, that was not good. Ah! How you doing today, Dia Montoya? Oh, right. The arrows cause bleed. Forgot about that. Okay, so she's laying a trap there. Ah, darn it. Yeah, she's got me. There have been a lot of Abby deaths at this part already. I'm pretty clearly supposed to sneak up behind her. Oh, shoot. Well, I'm very lucky she didn't see me there. No! Okay, she's running around in that corner again.
What the hell is she doing?
No, no, hey! That was... I distracted her with the bottle and she looked and then she immediately turned right around. What the hell? Okay, no. Darn it. Walking right into the thrown bottle path. Now there's a trap she set back there somewhere. Okay, there. Oh man, she's setting traps everywhere. I need to end this. Soon, somehow. There she is. Using up all the bottles. Oh, there's one. There's also a trap back here somewhere, though. Okay, there she is. Oh, no. This might take all stream. Okay, where is she? Okay, there she is. Now, which way is she gonna go? She's going that way. No! Oh, man. Yeah, go ahead. Kill me. I appreciate that they made Ellie a legit boss. She's tough.
What the hell is she doing?
It wasn't fast enough before Ellie could get that trap down. Okay, so I can see mines in listen mode. Okay, noted. I can't see her. Oh no, you actually can see her in listen mode.
Are you kidding me?
Darn it. Oh, man. I hesitate to say that Ellie's AI is erratic. It's unpredictable, which makes this a legit challenge. She's laying another trap. Okay, she's going back. I can't go that way though because there's another. Oh, she saw me. God damn it. Although that was close enough, I should have thrown the bottle to stun her. Okay, she's going that way. She's over there. She's... She's waiting on a sound, I guess. Trying to lure me into that trap. No, 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 no! Okay, can't do that. So I guess she just clipped me with that one because it didn't really cause a bleed. Problem is now I've lost her. Oh, I think I saw something. No, actually I just did that for the candy bar.
Damn it.
No, no, no. Gonna run. I think I saw another shiny thing over on the wall here, though. Another brick. Okay. Shoot. Oh, she's over there. All right.
Kidding me. Shit.
Man, she's fast. Nope. Yeah, it's got to be a strike from behind thing. I was thinking if I hit her with a brick or something, it could stun her to where I could grab, but apparently not. All right, Ellie, where are you? There she is.
What the hell is she doing? Oh, shit. Come on.
Ah! Oh man. Yeah, I'm trying to sneak up on her, but she's so damned fast. Ah, no. No. Well. Is that candy bar still back here? No, I ate that candy bar. Evidently. Well, now my vision is impaired. Oh, and she is not followed for it.
What the hell is she doing?
Planting more bombs, I'm sure. No, bad. Yeah, this is, pretty much the David fight from part 1, with the exception that you like Ellie. Whereas David was a cannibalistic piece of shit,
Fucking kidding me.
Oh man, I need another brick or a bottle or something. Oh, there's a candy bar. I'll take that. Vision is slightly better.
Shit.
I do not know where she is. Kind of expecting an arrow out of nowhere. Okay, there she is. Oops. I thought that was a bottle I could pick up. I thought that was a bottle I'd be able to pick up. Alright, where is she? There she is. Okay, and she breaks the vases too.
Shit.
Damn it. Okay, so she won't be behind me. There she is.
Fucking kidding me.
I suppose that's one tactic. Oh, no, that was the sneak. Yeah, quick throw. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be working on Ellie, though, the times I've tried. All it does is alert her to my presence. Yeah. Or she just flat out dodges them. Shoot. Ah! Darn it.
Fuck you!
Hey, yo. No! Duck. Here, she can't see me if I do this. Okay, maybe she can. Okay, feeling pretty exposed here. There she is. Drat! Ugh.
What the hell is she doing? Fucking kidding me.
Oh, she moves away from noises? Shoot. Okay, the prop. So I'm guessing Ellie's traps benefit from the upgrades that I put into her when I was playing as her, because that was increased range detection for sure, which I did put on. Congratulations, you played yourself. Gotcha, finally. Oh, man. Dina. Oh, well, Dina's toast now.
Stop! She had nothing to do with this. She's pregnant. Good. Abby. Don't ever let me see you again. Come on.
Oh, where is this now? Oh, Joel's watch. Oh, we are many months after the events.
Hey, buddy. What's wrong? I got you. Yeah, it's okay. We're good.
So, wow, out of all of them, Dina managed to survive. Survive the rampage. Yep.
Who's that handsome fella, huh?
Oh, portrait of Dina.
Hey, you like these guys, huh? They got some crazy hair. Dina! I'm in the kitchen!
Oh, what's up, you little goobers?
Hey. Thanks for doing the dishes.
You can thank me by putting on some music.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
That's not where the music is. Oh, there it is.
How about some tunes? Ah, you want a boogie, huh? All right.
Oh, fuck yeah! I love this song.
Your mom is very easy to please.
I'm with you. My bar is very low.
Hey, why is the door open?
You want some fresh air?
Wait. Is this not Jackson? Because that looks... Well, maybe. That's not an ocean. There's mountains over there. It looked like we were on the ocean. It's like, wait, are we like on the coast now or something? Where are we? I suppose those look like they could be the Sierra Nevadas, but why did we not go back to Jackson? I'm actually not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing at this point.
Say hi to your Auntie Talia. Hi, Auntie Talia.
Auntie Talia? Never met a Talia, did we? Not that I recall. Another mirror. Maybe we need to talk to Dina again? I guess so.
Ooh, look at those moves.
These moves?
Yeah.
Ooh,
look at Mama go. Oh, wow. Ooh. Oh no.
This is kind of working on me.
You're weird.
I'm aware. Okay. Okay, you're distracting me.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's the general idea.
Okay.
Oh, hey, I think I left Ollie outside. You mind bringing him back in?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay, now something to do outside. Ollie, I'm guessing a dog.
Hey, Ollie. What are you doing out here?
What are you doing out there? Why would you put a stuffed toy out on the tractor outside?
Yeah, there we go. It's pretty, right? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna teach you how to play guitar. When your hands are bigger. And you're not pooping your pants all the time. It's alright. Everybody does it. Got a lot of stories to tell you. When you're older. Much older.
Yeah, all the dismemberment and death that I caused.
Where to begin? Alright, little Spud. We should go check on Mama.
Kind of wonder where this is going. This is an awfully long, drawn-out ending so far.
I'm gonna go hang up the laundry.
Okay.
Oof, my back.
You got that?
Yeah, I got it. Does he need his jacket?
No, he's fine.
More?
You can tell me to stop. Should I stop?
Okay, enough. Seriously.
Well, what am I to... Oh, here's something.
You want to pet him? Here. All right, here you go. Oh, gentle, gentle, gentle. Just like that. There you go. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey.
I'll take him. Can you get the sheep into the barn?
Oh, I got him. I can do it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Once you rest it up.
Okay, here.
Come on.
Get you in there. Don't stay out too long. He still needs a bath.
Shh. I'm like the herding master.
This is almost like
Your dinner awaits you in the barn, so
What?
come on.
like Red Dead 2. You go through this, big, long, intense story, and then you're greeted with this like epilogue of almost menial tasks.
Snowy. Barn time. Daisy, head on in. Wow, that's a lot of sheep.
Get going
Why do you think
towards
that
the barn.
is? Let's count. 1, 2. Better stop, because I'm getting sleepy.
Go on.
Eugene.
Go on.
Hey, inside, inside. Todd, move it or lose it. We definitely have way too many sheep. Hey, what do you say we eat some of them? Tasty snack. Okay, guys.
I
We'll
hope
see you
that was
tomorrow.
all of them.
Hey, how'd you get out? Come on, little dude. Come on, little guy. Do you want to eat?
Uh-oh. Now Ellie's having dreams.
Ellie? Hey, Ellie. Look at me. It's okay. You're home. You're home. Breathe, breathe. Okay, I'm gonna take him, okay? Come here, sweetie. Come here. Sorry. I don't know what. I was just bringing in the. It's okay. Here we go. It's okay. Hey. Oh man. It's good. Haven't had any excitement in a while. Hmm? Okay.
I have a gun. It's like, I don't trust much of anything at this point. Should say, game's not over. It's like, yeah, Dina's live for now, but I have a... something's gonna blow. I don't know how, when, or why, but something's gonna happen. Wait.
Hey, you. Who are you here with?
I'm gonna guess Maria.
Hey, where you been?
Hunting. Took a little longer than I thought. Who's here?
Just come inside.
Tommy.
Well, that's quite a grip you got.
Hey, Tommy lived.
There you are.
Here, let me take him. Come here, bud. Oh, yeah.
I am pleasantly surprised.
Hey,
I thought for sure they killed him.
it's good to see you.
You too. He's getting heavy.
No, he's just a big ball of muscle.
Town's good. Maria good?
Oh, she's fine. We're taking some time apart.
Sorry.
Nah. We talked about it a lot, and yeah, it's what we both want, so. Okay. Come sit. I got something to show you. So I've been putting out feelers for months now. And this new guy heard my story. He told me about a woman that he traded with while he was moving through California. Described her as built like an ox, traveling with a kid with scars across his face. He said they're living along this coast in a beach sailboat right here.
We gonna be doing this again?
We're done with that, so.
I'm sorry.
Well, I can't go.
I know.
All right. Reckon it's easy. Forget about her. You sitting all comfy way out here?
Hey,
I'll make her pay.
Tommy.
That's what you said when we got back to Jackson.
Tommy.
Well, arguably you did make her pay. You killed all her friends.
Joke.
You know,
Can you take
broke all of her connections to her, you know.
I got you. I got you.
Hey, what the fuck was that?
There's more ways to make someone pay than just by killing them.
She made me a promise.
I don't fucking care.
I know you don't, Dina. That's your goddamn problem. Oh, yeah, no fucking
Oh, we're going to, aren't we? It's nice to hear Lev's still okay, though. I mean, if that is them, they're still together. Okay, nothing. Nope. Jesse's parents came out today. It was nice at first. They're good people. But then they started pushing for us to move back to Jackson. I couldn't handle it and left for the woods. I didn't come back until late at night. Dina stayed up for me. I could tell she was mad, but she grabbed my hand and led me to bed. I feel so guilty. It happened again. I was hunting this boar, and I'd cornered it in the old gas station. It was bleeding out, screaming. It sounded like him. Then I couldn't get the images out of my head. I left it there dying. My skin hurts. When does it get quiet? Time was supposed to suffocate the urge, suffocate the desire, extinguish the desire. Maybe dull the rough edge of the pain. Haunted by your stare, smiles. The mask keeps getting heavier. It's sliding off my face. One step forward, 2 steps back. There's a noose around my neck, and the further I get, the tighter. It's harder and harder to breathe. Can I find a way to cut the cord? I've been waiting for dawn. Light is all gone. I've lost the light. I don't know if I'm already blind. Can I leave it all behind? Let's see. It happened again. I got rid of the images pretty quickly, but my skin hurt the rest of the morning. I gave up trying to go back to sleep. Dina stayed up with me. When will this stop? I don't know how Dina talks so easily about Jesse. She tells JJ all about him. She thinks that it'd be good for me to talk about Joel to get it out. When she says it makes the memories sound... When she says that it makes the memories sound like food poisoning. I don't want to talk about it. It's just going to hurt. And I think once I start, I wouldn't be able to stop. I took JJ on a ride today. He laughed the whole time. I almost didn't think about Seattle all day. It was nice. Really not used to the game being this quiet for this long. Doesn't want me to go outside. What are you doing leaving windows open? The guitar. Oh,
I woke up in the morning about 9:30. The hacks in the buggy standing on the right. Jensen getting ready, standing around, picking little city to go.
is this a flashback to that party? Where Dina kissed her? Yep, there's Jesse.
I hate these things.
Tell me about it.
Your old man really laid into me today.
What happened?
Another big lecture about my patrols. Don't go here, don't go there. It's funny how involved he gets whenever you're scheduled to go out.
Yeah.
She's putting on quite the show.
I give you guys 2 weeks until you're back together.
Not gonna happen. She, say something to you?
Make it 1 week.
Ellie! Hey! What took you so long?
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
Dina?
Jesse.
Hey, don't forget, we're heading out early, so get some rest.
Yes, sir.
You're such a dick. Come on. Don't you start with me. Okay, I have a very serious question for you. How bad do I smell?
Like a hot pile of garbage?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
How about that?
Gross.
You love it.
guy in this room is staring at you right now. Maybe they're staring at you. Or not. Maybe they're jealous of you. I'm just a girl, not a threat. Oh, Ellie. I think they should be terrified of you.
Hey, it's a family event.
I was going to say that's when this guy chimes in with some colorful
Sorry.
commentary.
Remember next time there's kids around.
Yeah, like you're setting such a great example.
Oh, just what this town needs. Another loudmouth dyke.
The fuck did you just say? Ellie, Ellie, don't.
Get the hell out of here.
Get your hands off me.
Hey! Enough.
Come on, you. Let's go for a walk.
What about them?
You worry about yourself.
Let's get you some fresh air.
You alright, kiddo?
What is wrong with you?
He had no right.
And you do?
I don't need your fucking help, Joel.
Right.
Oh. I thought that was credits roll right there. Nope. I guess we're going hunting.
Hey.
Hey. Man, it's been a while since he slept this long, huh?
He had a day.
Yeah. He's fine. Go back to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning, okay?
I have to finish it.
You don't owe Tommy anything.
I don't sleep. I don't eat. I'm not like you, Dina.
What? You think this is easy? For you and for him, I deal with it.
I love you.
Prove it. Stay.
I can't.
So what? I'm just supposed to sit here and wait for you? For God knows how long, just thinking you're fucking dead the entire time?
I don't plan on dying.
Yeah, well, neither did Jesse. Or Joel. Hey, stop. Hey. Hey. Come on. We've got a family. She doesn't get to be more important than that. No. I'm not gonna do this again.
That's up to you.
They say, now this is California.
Okay, Constance. Now we just need...
Oh, I checked this street a week ago. I can't believe you traded a pistol for this.
It's a lead.
No way that guy saw fireflies over here.
Stop. I feel good about this.
Well, I don't.
Come on.
Well, now why is Abby looking for fireflies? Didn't she say something? Okay, yeah, we're driving Abby again.
10.
She said something, I think, to Owen. It's like, you know, if you hear your fireflies are in one place, you run the opposite direction. She was like done with the fireflies.
9. So 24, 25 should be that way?
Yeah.
Say we've got a shotgun. Can make pipe bombs.
Getting pretty low here.
I'll make an incendiary, just since I've already got a couple of pipe bombs.
If the fireflies are still out there,
Yeah.
what do you think they're up to?
I don't know. The goal was always to restore society. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to go about it. 24:17. Getting warmer.
Oh, I hope not. I'm sweating already.
You're such a goober.
What?
Nothing.
Hey, something's out there.
Oh, yep, that's infected.
On the left. Damn it.
One bullet each.
Right.
I'm alright with that.
Maybe.
Well, this one came out of this room, which means there's probably supplies. Oh shoot, clicker. Where? There. Really? 2 shots? That I would have thought that would be 1.
Quiet now.
Good.
I knew something was out there.
Yes, you did. Keep your guard up. Let's go back to finding that house.
24, 25.
Attaboy.
24, 25. Cannot
Seems
make
like
anything.
a strange place to find a resistance group.
We had all sorts of outposts. Big and small. Best way to hide from the army.
What if we don't find them here?
Assuming all the leads dry up, what would you like to do?
I don't know. Leave this place?
Okay. And where would we go?
Rattlers are here. No one is going to make me their
See
fucking
what's out
slave.
there.
Andrew, Logan,
It's
Ori,
nothing but
Daddy.
ocean.
Let's come to see you.
Past it?
Other countries, I guess. You want to do that?
Why not?
Good question.
do you want to do for dinner tonight?
We've got those lobsters I caught yesterday. They're still in a bucket on the deck.
Ooh,
Caught
yeah.
lobsters?
Genius.
And we've got a few strawberries left.
If we find fireflies, we'll celebrate with strawberries. If we don't, we'll console ourselves with 24-22.
Really close now.
Why is my camera stuck? Why? There we go.
Let's see. Good enough.
Sound check. Okay.
This place looks abandoned.
Keep searching.
Well, pretty much the whole
They painted the indoors to look like
everything
the
looks
outdoors.
abandoned.
Plants don't look like that.
It's more like a child's dream version of the outdoors. In the old world, it'd be common for them to decorate kids' rooms like this. My dad painted a colorful jungle for me.
Oh. Yara would have loved that.
I bet she would have.
Nothing.
Maybe there's another way in?
Are you being positive?
I'm trying to be helpful.
You're always helpful. 24-25 Constance. This is the place.
Okay, but there's nothing here.
We don't know that yet.
It looks pretty abandoned. Although yeah, craft kit. Or health kit, rather. It's giving me an indication here. There we go. I don't know what that was. Was that? Maybe it was a bottle? No, I thought I already had a bottle from somewhere else. Another way in? Yeah. So like this, I'm guessing. Well, not nada. There's one bullet.
It can't be.
Yep, there's that. It's coming out the side way, but there's really... I don't think there's anything back here. Except for another dirty pool.
Lev, I think we're done here.
No, wait. In here.
Hang on.
You find something?
No, but there's a shed here that might have stuff. Certainly looks like it. Yeah, pipe bombs, sure. Suppose the barbecue has anything? Nope. Okay. Oh, yeah. That cabinet's been moved.
Scratches.
I say, Abby, help out. You're
Scooch.
the bigger, stronger. Secret tunnel.
Hello?
Since anyone's been here.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you.
Oh, it's a lot bigger down here than it would have looked, though.
Pretty nice barracks, all things considered.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there's a radio there. Before I hit the radio, check the rest for stuff.
They were here for a while.
Say they actually built in the basement shower.
The shower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say again.
Power down here. Look around.
Yeah, it looks like power over here, maybe.
Guess they've got solar.
Oh.
Is this frequency currently in use? This is... Do you see a call sign anywhere?
This is someone.
Oh, what?
It's a short list of numbers and letters. Fuck it. This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Can anyone hear me? Standing by. Is anyone out there?
What's this?
Those are frequencies. Is this frequency currently in use? This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Is anyone out there?
Are these other Firefly ghosts?
Can anyone hear me? Hello? Is this frequency currently in use? This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Hello? Hello? Is this frequency currently in use? Hello, this is Abby from Santa Barbara. Can anyone hear me? If anyone can hear me, please reply. Please answer.
Hi, Abby. We got a clear signal on you. Where in Santa Barbara you calling from?
The basement?
2425 Constance. We got a tip about a base, but there's no one here. We're looking for fireflies. I'm a firefly.
Where were you stationed?
I was part of the Salt Lake outpost.
Who ran that facility?
Dr. Jerry Anderson. He was my dad.
Well, how about that? We pulled everyone back from the satellite stations and brought them back here to home base.
How many of you are there?
We're about 200 strong now, with a few more every month.
Owen was right. You're about to get 2 more.
How do we find you?
Get to Catalina Island. Approach the large domed building in Avalon. We'll find you.
Okay. Okay, we'll see you soon. Over and out.
Looking forward to it. Good luck, Abby from Santa Barbara. Over and out.
Come on, let's get back to the sailboat.
All right, hang on. I'm adjusting.
Okay.
I'm hoping it.
28 stab wounds.
What was that?
Welcome in, Mythical Monkey.
You make me repeat whenever I'm wrong.
How you doing today?
Feel better. And because it happens so rarely.
You waited. Waiting for cinematic stuff to be done. All right. Actually, I kind of appreciate that. This, today's play has been like almost all cinematic. Well, no, there was the show. We did the showdown between Abby and Ellie, and there were a lot of Abby deaths there. Ellie killed Abby a lot. You missed it. They're both still alive. Ellie, Abby beat Ellie up pretty bad, but ultimately let her go. And Ellie went off and set up a little homestead with Dina and living a happy life, but Ellie's been having nightmares and wants to hunt Abby down yet again. And Abby, so we basically flash forward a year or two. Actually, I'm not sure exactly how far. Long enough to where Dina, had the baby. That's right, we got out this way. Hey, what the? What? What's your problem? And Lev's got.
Don't kill her now. Tie her up.
Ow, butt.
Come here, let me see you. You ready?
Wait, what are you doing? Wait. Fuck, man!
You're fine. Get that little one.
So yeah, we're actually now in California, in Santa Barbara, apparently.
Don't you fucking touch him!
A year or two later, Abby's looking for the Firefly reunion group. No idea who these guys are.
Shit. One hell of a catch, huh?
Evidently people who know who Abby is, so maybe Wolf affiliates, I guess. I don't know. Was that who she was speaking over to the radio, the Firefly group? It's possible. I don't know why the Fireflies would necessarily be angry with her. But it's possible they were listening in on the radio and found out she was there, although they would have had to have been pretty close. So I guess Ellie's tracked them down to Santa Barbara now.
2425 Constance. Yeah, that's gotta be it.
So yeah, the game did a bit of a, well, not really a bait and switch. I thought the game was over. It was doing these long cinematics of Ellie and Dina, at their homestead, living a somewhat happy life. Oh, Tommy is alive, actually. That was the other thing. At the confrontation, Lev and Abby both shot Tommy, and he went down, and I thought he was just flat out dead. It turns out, no, he actually is alive. He's a bit crippled, and it looked like his eye is like damaged, but he's actually still alive. he and Maria, I guess, broke up. But I was pleasantly surprised, like, oh wow, they actually let somebody live. So the good info I traded those fish for turned out to be bogus. Despite our repeated dead ends, my gut tells me the Fireflies are in Santa Barbara somewhere. I'm picturing the snark I'd be getting if you heard me say that. Shut up. Gonna check out another tip back in the suburbs. Wish us luck. I was sitting by the fire at night with Lev, looking at the waves, thinking about you. I told him your stupid joke about the skateboarding grandma. He laughed so hard he spit out his food. It's the happiest I've seen him yet. I miss you. You'd have liked it here. There are no towns, just small caravans that move up and down the coast. Everyone says Santa Barbara is haunted, like some Bermuda Triangle. I think it's beautiful. I saw a seal the other day. It had spots. Is this some karmic way of you mocking me? So I guess Abby's still writing diary notes to Owen, even though Owen's long dead. Silver. So how is the theater scene? It took.
How would she get up to the street from here?
It took some turns. I wasn't really expecting. I was actually just talking about because Mythical Monkey's in here. It's like Tommy is actually alive because when we finally got to that confrontation scene. Lev and Abby both shoot Tommy and he just went down flat and wasn't moving. I thought for sure he was dead at that point. Which, given the history of this game has a history of just kind of killing people off rather unceremoniously. So when he showed up a year or so later at Ellie and Dina's house, I was genuinely surprised. The confrontation where you're playing as Abby trying to attack Ellie, that took forever. Ellie killed Abby so many times in that sequence because Ellie's just so fast. I had a lot of trouble sneaking up on her.
This looks promising.
I'm a little bit bummed that Ellie at this point couldn't let things go, knowing that while Abby is still alive, Ellie has already done Abby some grievous harm. Oops, that was not the button. Imagine once Abby gets to the theater, you play as Tommy Day One. I actually remarked on that last stream. It's like, can you guys? Because my biggest complaint about this game, honestly, is the length. This feels like a slog to get through. And I mentioned that the other day. It's like, yeah, so you get to the theater, it fades to black again. Then you play as Tommy. You play through as Tommy, it fades to black. Then you play as Jesse. You're like, oh, and it just never ends, I've been saying a lot. I've been enjoying the game. I'm invested in the story, but at the same time, I'm kind of ready to move on with my life, And then Manny, yeah, that you could play as Manny. I suppose you could play as Dina, although that would be shorter because she. No, actually, Dina set out with Ellie pretty much right from the get-go. So, and then Owen and Mel. Yeah, it feels like it. There are a lot of places where they could have trimmed the fat off on this one. It feels unnecessarily padded.
Here we go.
So. Major complaints, length and Manny. Manny kept getting in the way with the AI. Yeah. Oh, actually, it wasn't what I wanted to do. Or was it? Oh, I guess it is what I wanted to do. Yeah, that one time, Manny. I'm going to have to go back and make a clip just of every single time Manny got in my way and just make a Manny compilation because he drove me absolutely insane.
Okay.
So part 1 remains my favorite. That's one of the reasons. I think that's kind of where I'm going to come down on this, is I feel part 2 is mechanically superior. It's more refined, you know, the gameplay wise and everything. I appreciate the complexity of the characters, but when I just want to pick up The Last of Us to play, I think part 1 is a better one. Actually, I should say part 1, the remake that they just came out with, where they refine, you know, that's one of the things that I've heard, is that they've refined the gameplay so that the gameplay of part 1 behaves more like part 2, but it's the part 1 story. I feel like that might be the best game because it's shorter, you know, you can tackle it, you know. This one, the idea of playing this game again, I mean, I'm sure I will at some point, but just the idea of it's like, oh god, it's so long, you know. If you skip all the cutscenes, I wonder how long the game would be. It's still pretty long, honestly. Most of the cutscenes haven't been that long, you know, with the exception of some of the ones that we've just gotten to. I thought we were into epilogue cutscenes, you know, they were going on so long. But then the game kind of keeps going now.
Santa Barbara proper is that way.
Someone was able to finish in 2 hours, a 2-hour speed run. Oh, I'd actually love to see that, because I cannot even comprehend how you could trim it down that much. Oh wait, I've got. Oh, I hear clickers. I hear danger. What do I actually? Hang on. Molotov bombs. Yeah, I'll make another Molotov. Oops, no, attach silencer. Seems very hard to believe, but they streamed it. It's on YouTube. I will take a look. Oh, okay, I see one over there by the U-Haul van. There's another one way over there. I think I can just choke this one. Actually, I wasn't planning to shiv the guy, but okay. Now, playing as Ellie again is cool. One of the things that I missed when I was playing as Abby, Ellie I upgraded her so that she does faster takedowns. Oh, wait a minute. I know I told you I'd wait for you here. It's not safe. Rattlers are all through these woods. I can't risk getting chained up again. I'll be in the place where I told you that ping pong ball joke. I miss your laugh. Hope you got out okay. Rattlers. Okay. So Rattlers sound like another gang, maybe. And I'm wondering if that's who just captured Abby, maybe. Okay. Yeah, make another bomb. Oh, and hang on. Arrows, yes. Put the bomb away. Question is, where's the clicker? Alright, well, I was hoping to be all sneaky about it, but it was not to be. Although, it looks like I may have... lost them. Yep, okay. It'd take a little bit of getting used to like what Abby's weapons, or not Abby, Ellie's weapons are. I haven't played as her in so long, I've forgotten what what she's outfitted with. I don't have any bricks. You know, I'm not opposed to just... Oh, there was one guy over... Oh, hey! Where did you come from? Now I have a bottle. But yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I was gonna... Sorry I didn't ask, because things have been going a little bit. If you two are still in here, how are you doing, Mythical Monkey and Silver? I hope all is well. I'm actually on vacation for the next week, so I'll be playing more during the days. I was anxious to play today, you know, because it felt like I was within striking distance of finishing the game. Turns out I may have been wrong. Alright, hopping in and out, tending to dinner. Yep. I'm doing great. Like I said, I'm on vacation. I was able to sleep in, which is always... Whenever I'm on vacation, that's always the #1 thing. Sleep in. I was hoping to finish the game. I kind of am still hoping to finish the game today. Oops, wait a minute. Oh, it's way up there. I don't know how much is left of this. Or if it's gonna... I'm gonna play through as Ellie, and then it's gonna force me into, you know, playing as Abby again. Man, if it pulls that trick again. I might be annoyed. X. Really? Really? That was disappointing. I disappoint myself. Cases like that.
Hope I can cut through here.
So yeah, Ellie is back on her revenge thing. Against the wishes of Dina, she left Dina back at their house, which I'm not actually even sure where they set their house up at. It looked like a weird mix, you know, somewhere between Jackson and Seattle or California. Although probably not too far away from Jackson, because, I mean, Tommy was able to travel to them, you know, on horseback. And in his condition, he probably wouldn't have gone a very long way. Although Tommy seems really still very bent on, you know, gotta kill Abby, you know. Oh, shit. That looks like maybe a bloater. Okay, 2 bloaters. Can I get both of them in the same area? Maybe. I'll take it. Wait for the poison to clear. Oh, right. We've got fungus walls around here, which means we've got jerks like that around here. I was trying to... Yeah, I need help. No! Darn it! I was just remarking, oh hey, we've got fungus on the walls. That means I need to watch out for stalkers that come out of the fungus. Oh, and there's one right there. Well, I liked the first part of this. Okay, I saw that one just come through the door window. Problem is they're stalkers, so you can't really... You know what? Actually... I was about to plant a trap, maybe. I don't know if the stalkers are really worth traps, though. Yeah, one shot, I'll take it. Alright, that was evidently all of them. Okay.
I swear to God, Abby, if these infected killed you...
See, yeah, now that's a fair point. How do you know that Abby hasn't been killed by infected at this point?
I gotta get out of here.
It's a valid question, especially since you know that Abby is now on her own. She doesn't have the support of the Wolf Network. They craft things, yeah. More Molotovs. Also need to remember, I do have bow and arrow again, which is good. Oh yes, that's right, workbench. See, I have 76 pieces. Stability on the rifle would probably be good. Yeah. Full of shivs, but I can't do anything with them yet. Yeah, I'm out of binding. Alright, well. Can I go out the front door? I can't. I guess I gotta go out this window.
Where am I? There's gotta be a street around here.
There's a street of sorts. Oops. Look at where?
Okay. Santa Barbara's downhill. 24, 25 Constance.
There is always stuff in the back of vans, it seems like. Do I have a prediction for the ending? You know, at this point, I almost feel like, you know, there's a decent chance that Abby and Ellie could end up just flat out killing each other at the same time. I expect there to be no happy ending. You know.
To be down there.
Oh, there's actually. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, health. I don't know what would happen to Lev in a situation like that. I would guess Ellie might kill Lev at some point. Yeah, Lev. I expect Lev to die. I don't know how, but I don't think he's gonna make it. Honestly, I'm surprised he's made it as far as he has. Granted, he's with Abby, but I kept expecting him to get picked off, you know, just from some random thing. So I was kind of surprised that, oh, he's still with us. This looks like an awfully big jump. Oh, you know what? Let's try it. It was indeed an awfully big jump. All right. Let's try this again. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Santa Barbara's downhill. 24, 25 Constance.
Now, are the supplies still in here? They are. Okay. Oh yes, and I need to heal, because there's a free health kit not too far away. I would say if Ellie does kill Abby, I expect it'll be done in such a way that it might be a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for Ellie. You know, such to the point where it's like, yeah, I got her, but it kind of cost me everything in the process. I mean, we already know Dina's not too happy with Ellie wanting to continue the murder rampage. I don't know that Dina would necessarily, you know, turn her back on Ellie, you know, if Ellie returns. Oh, I see infected. Oh shoot. No, I didn't want to. I mean, can they reach me here? I don't think so. I should probably save the bullets. But will I? No. I like Abby more in this game. Ellie went way too far in a bad direction, in my opinion, but love Ellie from the first game over Abby. Yeah, that's, I think, what is most interesting about this game is they had Ellie go dark and bad on this one. You know, it was one thing to be, you know, killing just the rank and file type people. Oh, hey, powder. When you got to Nora and she basically clubbed Nora to death, it was like, okay, that was the moment that Ellie really kind of became Abby. It was the same thing, you know, the slow clubbing death of a compatriot. And not that it's a numbers game, but just by numbers, at this point, Ellie has done a lot more wrong to Abby than Abby has done to Ellie. You know, emotional entanglements aside, you know, of course, we, the audience, you know, we still care about Joel. You know, we're still, you know, upset at Abby over that. But body count wise, oh shoot. Okay. Oh, that's an issue. Oh no, her indestructible switchblade. Ellie getting herself into more trouble. Yeah, it's just the, you know, you've really got to cut your losses, and Ellie does not seem to be able to do that. And I get they've written the story in such a way that it's like, oh, you know, she can't sleep, she can't eat, you know, all of that. Oh, well, look at this. Oh, no, okay, I was wrong. Oh, hey, it's that same jerk. Oh, this could be extra fun. They're gonna throw her in the same jail cell as Abby? Maybe?
Please just say we're done for the day. Yeah, get that thing down. Let's reset the trash.
Really, man?
It did look like Abby and Lev, yeah.
Is she even worth the trip back? It's not like.
Get you?
No. I'm good. Something funny?
It's like you shit your pants.
Fuck you say?
Oh, bitch.
Oh, you like funny, huh? Get up.
Come on.
Get up.
We don't need
Man.
this.
Ellie, you're not really in a position to be provoking him.
Funny.
Serious?
Okay, now, granted, that was funny. That was funny. I mean, funny in the grimmest way possible, but Ellie's like, you know what? No. They can't infect me.
Picked one up a couple months ago.
Months?
Oh, no, big girl. Blonde. Arms like mine. She had a scrawny kid with cuts by his mouth.
Team Ellie over here, yeah.
Yeah, that's her. You let me go. I'll tell you where she is. Get to her before that infection takes over.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've been bitten. Oh no.
Talk.
She's in a holding cell at our camp.
Where is that?
Head that way to you.
And she's gonna flat out kill him anyway.
That'll lead you to a resort. We keep him in the tall, round building. I swear.
I guess where I am with it is like, I just wanted Ellie to cut her losses and say, you know what?
Dragster Resort.
At a certain point,
Dragster Resort.
realize she's already inflicted similar, if not more, pain on Abby. You know.
Fuck.
Over here! Aim for his leg!
We'll go back. Is that a gun? He's got a gun! Go back! God damn it.
Shit. All right.
Fuck, did he get a gun? Tell the others to search the area.
A silent submachine gun. Okay, we have a submachine gun, so this whatever this is the hospital part of part one. It's very complicated, like Abby killed Joel, but had quite a reason behind it. Then Ellie went and killed all of Abby's friends and more, but we have an attachment to Ellie. Yeah, that's exactly it. You know what? I was thinking about this, it's like, if Abby had killed Joel, I think, you know, it's not that Abby killed Joel, it's the slow bludgeoning of Joel that I object to. If Abby had just lined him up and you know, just killed him execution style, you know, just quick, clean, easy, I would have a lot less problem with that in a way. I mean, I'd still be upset. I mean, you know, she killed Joel, but at least it wasn't this drawn out torture. Yeah, Abby tortured Joel. I'd have less of a problem with it. Having said that, I'm not all the way on board with Ellie either. I'm kind of honestly, I'm irritated with both of them, you know.
In the fucking pool.
Waste.
He was acting up for a while. This is the third this month. You ready to put more people on the gate?
People on the gate need to do their fucking jobs. Go look around.
Joel also slaughtered the entire hospital, yeah. It is in no way a clean story. And honestly, I respect it. And actually kind of appreciate it because it makes... Yeah, it makes for interesting discussions, you know. You know, people have different, like just even here in chat, you know, just with a few of us, you know, people have weighed things differently and can come out on different sides. Oh, there's a dog. Shoot. Right. I have the bow. I still don't like killing dogs. I appreciate the dogs as a mechanic, but I still don't like killing them. But holy shit, are the dogs a pain in the ass. Actually, wait. Do not have a brick. Ah, I was just getting ready to draw. Hold still just a moment. Oh, shoot. Well, okay. Sorry, doggy.
All right, where are you?
That is the question. This guy has not been watching my streams, or he would have known that I always just go around an object, you know. Oops. There. The dog does not accept the apology. Yeah, I know.
Big group. I better find her before these idiots kill her.
Big group? Yeah. Don't let them kill her. I need to kill her. Because revenge and stuff. What? Here. Oh, more machine gun ammo. Now, unfortunately, I lost some arrows here somewhere. Oh well. Looks like maybe this house is clean. Yeah, guess so. One of these lockers was... Oh, what's that? Powder. Yeah, arrows. Oh, yeah, also reload ammos. Oh, and we've got some fungus, which means risk of infected. Bottle. Wait, no, this other one's better. Cozy bathroom, yeah. It feels like when they're designing the bathrooms in these games, they're like watching Trainspotting. It's like, yeah, you know that scene with the worst toilet in Scotland? Let's just do that. Let's just make all our bathrooms look like that. Alright. Now, I've actually sort of lost direction. I think I'm going this way. Yeah, I believe so. Oh yeah, I see a guy way over there. A couple of guys. Ellie sure did walk off that little tree stabbing and lost the video game. Yeah, video game logic. I mean, she did stitch it up herself. You know, you would hope that she had some antibiotics in one of her med kits somewhere. Oh boy. Pipe wrench, it's 4 versus 4. It's about the same. Hanging upside down, that helps slow the bleeding possibly. Well, she wasn't upside down for very long. And by the time they cut her down, she was pretty well caked in blood. Oh man, there's even more guys over there. Oh, that guy's wearing a helmet, so I probably can't really, Can I get him to go behind the...
What? I got something. I'll look into it.
Yeah, you do that. Whoa. Grab and slice and dice. She passed out, didn't she? No, they cut her down. She looked like she was about to pass out, but then she started taunting them, and she got enough fight in her that she was able to get those guys onto the infected instead. Did you see the Ellie journal entries about when she passed Las Vegas? I don't think so. Oh, that's a better melee weapon than what I've got. Also get a brick. Journal. I did read some stuff in the journal. I didn't see it was specifically Las Vegas. Okay, I did read these 2 pages. Like these. She's added more here that I hadn't read. Dixie National Forest, a couple hunters tried to jump me, didn't go well for them. Just got to the outskirts of Las Vegas. I can hear the infected from here. Must be thousands still alive inside the walls. What a nightmare. I'm going to go around. Palmdale, California. So I'm hiding out in basement, hoping this horde passes by. Miss you, potato. Still in the fucking basement. Batteries in my flashlight are almost done. The dark is fucking with me. I keep seeing him, smelling iron. I miss Dina. I miss potato. What am I doing here? We got out. The horde got distracted by a group of travelers. Some of them didn't make it. 2 of the bodies were kids. I buried them. Made it to the coast finally. It's gorgeous. Flowers everywhere. There's this thick morning gloom. Doesn't seem like the military ever came through. Maybe it was too spread out. I wish Dina could see this. She'd lose her shit. I like the sound of the waves. Heading down the coast. Haven't seen people in a few days or intact sailboats. What if Tommy was wrong? What if they're not here anymore? Can't think about that. And then, yeah, that's the address we're going for. If I'm not mistaken, she wrote about some of her travels towards... Yeah, so that was some of the ones that we got there. Thanks for the clue there, because I didn't didn't think to check that she had added more to her journal. Oh shoot. Oh, we got another dog. Can't hit the broadside of a barn. Alright, hang on. Hey, wait, you stop it.
God damn it!
Hang on. Let me heal up here. I haven't used the submachine gun before. It feels actually very underpowered. Wait, are you over? Where are you? There you are. Time to go around the circle. I love this. They're wearing heavy duty, like, riot helmets, but then no body armor. You know? Protect the head, but the rest of them will be all messed up.
Any others?
Pipe. Alright. It's crazy to think about how she could hear the infector from the city without even being in the walls of. Yeah.
Where are the tracks?
Let's say there's something here. Is there anything in this one? No. Okay. We're good. It's like Metal Gear, when you start hitting too many headshots, the guards start wearing helmets. Yeah, Metal Gear, you know, Metal Gear 5 was... I really liked that game, or I should say, I have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with Metal Gear 5. The mechanics of it, I love. I thought the gameplay of it and everything were great. I thought the story was really bad. Or I should say stories. It felt, well, for one thing, it felt like it couldn't really settle on a story. It was trying to do a lot of things. And in the process, it felt like it didn't really do any of them. But I also got really, really tired of seeing Kojima's name. It's like you play for 10 minutes and then credits roll. Made by Hideo Kojima. And I get it. You know, he and Konami had a really, really bad falling out. And to the point where they were trying to not put his name on things. So he snuck him into the game. But still, it felt very, very vanity. Oops. Oops, no. Wrong up arrow. This one. Fluidity of how boss moves in V was great. Yeah. Honestly, I almost did not play 5. I got it once. I got it on Steam for like $5. It was on a crazy Steam sale. And it's like, you know, I've heard about this game for a while, you know, whatever. It's $5. I'll try it. And I'm really glad I did. But the game almost lost me because for the first hour of the game, or the first half hour, you can't do anything apart from you're stuck in a cinematic, or once you get out of the cinematic, all you can do is really slowly crawl, and you don't get a gun or anything, and you're just slowly crawling through this hospital. I'm like, oh my God, get to the point where I can play the game, please, you know. And then once I finally did get to the point where I could play the game, then it was like, okay, the training wheels are off, and then the combat was there, and the combat, you know, absolutely shined. It was great.
Okay.
But man, getting to that point was a slog. Have I played any of the previous ones? You know, that's something I need to put on the list. I have played a previous Metal Gear game. The very first one on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Which, and actually that one I really liked. Too, it was a completely different experience, of course, because you know, it was 8-bit, you know, kind of a top-down, you know, but still the stealth mechanics and things were there. What I liked was the slowly finding the pieces. Like, okay, you start out, you only have a knife, and then you'll find a screwdriver somewhere. It's, oh, you need to use the screwdriver to access this. And then, so it's there's not even that much fighting in it, as much as I can remember. You did have a little bit of stealth, I think. It was more about finding the order of unlocking things, and I actually really did like it. But I haven't played any since, and I think I keep thinking I really should. From what I know of Kojima's stories, I would be irritated by the stories, but again, you know, like 5, annoyed by the story, but love the gameplay, you know, seems to be the pattern. Oh, there's the camp.
Oh, God.
I guess.
That looks like a tall, round building.
Tall, round building? Oh, yeah, over in the distance. The opening's a yawn. The one that's not really a Metal Gear game. Yeah, that's what people are saying. Oh, that's not Metal Gear. Or at least not the one that I played, because, again, you know, I'm American. You know, I played whatever the North American release of it was, which apparently was, you know, kind of trimmed down and not even what the full game was. But even that version, and I mean, I was just a kid at that point, but it didn't matter. I didn't know any of that. I know that I enjoyed it, but I haven't played any of the others where they actually started doing story stuff. Let's see. This is all walled off. On the MSX or the NES? The NES one, because that was the only one I had access to. Oh, are we going under here? This looks like a thing.
Come on, you can do it. Just a little closer, buddy.
Dude, leave him alone. He can't feel anything.
Fuck that. I promised him I'd do this to him.
This is such a fucked up hobby.
Bet you wish you didn't try to escape now, don't you, Anthony?
What the hell? That guy is like infected or something, and they like just chained him up? Dude, just flat out kill him. What the hell? Actually, I've got an idea. Oh yeah, it looks like I can. Hey there, little guy. How about you go have fun with your friends? Yeah. Yeah, have a good time. There was another team at Konami took the source code of the original MSX game, and the original team didn't know about it, so they turned it into an NES game. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know the details of what had changed between the NES and whatever the original one was. Just that the NES one is sort of looked down upon. I'm like, oh, I don't know, I liked it. Oh shoot, there's multiple guys there. Let's not do that.
I'm on it.
Shoot. Yeah, I'm not feeling too good about this. Okay, I'm not a fan of the submachine gun. It feels like a... Yeah, well, apparently so are you. The submachine gun feels like a BB gun. No, no. Oh, no, no, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Hang on, hang on. Let's get some heals here. We're going left. The brick whiff. Yeah, I was a little bit trapped there.
There you are.
Oh, hey, you! What the fuck? Where are you? Okay, there he is.
Please. Oh God. Please. Don't. Please. Don't.
Please don't. What? No. No survivors. See, and this is the other thing about Ellie's little rampage. You know, must avenge Joel. Must avenge Joel. You know, any one of these guys. Well, maybe not these guys, because these guys do seem like genuine assholes. But any one of the people that she is killing on this little rampage, you know, could also have, you know, loved ones that would then in turn want to hunt her down, you know? So she's potentially just making an exponential number of other vengeance seekers against her. Oh, a workbench, okay. Now, I know video game, you know, it's not much of a video game if you can't actually kill people. Unless you're playing a, you know, a non-killing game, but still. I kind of wish she'd realize the damage she's doing. Nobody will notice if there's nobody to notice. Yeah. Reload speed, fire rate. Recoil might be good. Have I not done damage on the rifle? I have not. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, I guess I'm saving up for that then. Missed the Ellie versus Abby fight. How'd you feel about that? You know, I thought it was a great fight. It was hard as hell. Welcome in, by the way, Solitary. It was hard. Ellie is freaking fast, and you know, being forced to play as Abby, you know, with no gear, it was hard. It took like, you know, 45. There were a lot of Abby deaths in that in that sequence for sure. Oh hey, that's the infected guy we let loose. Okay. So, yeah, if you're not an Abby fan and you want to see some Abby deaths, you know, I recommend going back and watching that segment. And one of the things more blood for the blood god, yeah. One of the things that I realized halfway through, because of course Ellie, you know, is also setting traps down, her explosive traps. And there was one trap in particular that I was trying to skirt around, and it didn't work. It blew Abby up. But I thought I was far enough away, but then I was like, oh no, wait. It seems to me when I was playing as Ellie, I did upgrade the trap radius, detection radius. So I was like, okay. I respect that. It's like, okay, I built Ellie up and now I have to fight against that built-up Ellie, you know. It was an issue, for sure. Story-wise, you know, honestly, I'm irritated with both Abby and Ellie. I'm irritated with Ellie because I kind of feel like she's gone a little above and beyond on the revenge thing. I get that she specifically wants to kill Abby, but at the same time, she's inflicted so much collateral damage. You know, killing all of Abby's friends and everything. That's like, you know, honestly, if anything, it feels like Ellie has done more wrong to Abby than Abby has done to Ellie. Now that's within game. That's within, you know, their personas. For us, the audience, of course, it's not exactly equal because, of course, we have all the sentimentality of part one. You know, we all liked Joel, you know, so the Abby attack is still... It still doesn't sit well with us. And we were never able to get attached that deeply to Abby's friends either. And actually, most of Abby's friends were kind of annoying, to be honest, too. So, you know, killing them was... didn't hurt us, the audience, the way that it's, you know, supposed to have hurt Abby. I watched a lot of people do that fight. They'd be like, okay, let's have Ellie kill Abby just once on purpose. I was laughing to myself, like, you're gonna die to Ellie way more than once. Yeah. I did remark on that. It's like, that fight, actually, it felt a lot like the David fight in part one. But a lot more a lot harder and a lot more dangerous.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Before I go through...
Maybe I can get out through there.
Yeah, I get it, but there was a door back here I want to check. Oh, is this powered? Locked. Okay, yeah. I'll go through this way. Yeah, the thing that... The biggest trouble I had in that fight, Ellie was so damned fast. You know, she had, you know, like, crouch run down, and the game's like, oh yeah, just sneak up on her. Sneak up on her, she can outpace me, you know? With, you know, little to no effort. And, you know, she would just randomly spin around, too. She was really unpredictable. And I don't mean randomly like a game glitch, but logically, you know, she's, you know, crouched down and also scared, so she's constantly checking her blind spots. So trying to get an angle on her was really, really hard. I for a little bit there, I legitimately thought the entire stream was just going to be that fight. It was going on so long. I was in that fight for like 45 minutes or so. I'll have to look back and see how much time it actually was.
It's all around building. There it is.
I leveled up Ellie too much. That's what it felt like, yeah.
Fuck all these assholes.
What do I have? You know what? I'm really not a fan of the submachine gun. Oh, is that another infected? It is. Okay, these rattlers are kind of messed up, honestly. So, do we not know who this is? We don't know the specifics of them. They're a gang, I guess, calling themselves the Rattlers. I don't really know what their deal is. Right now, they just seem like a nasty gang that likes to wear riot gear helmets and not much else in the way of protection. They are new for us. Yeah, they're slavers. Yeah, the only thing we've seen that's kind of weird is they had that one infected guy. I guess it was one of their own guys that was recently infected. Rather than just flat out kill him, they chained him up, and I guess we're like taunting him or something. It's like, you know, guys, that's messed up. Honestly.
Huh? Might have heard something. I'll check it out.
What you got?
Got nothing.
What if I strangled you by the porta potty? What if I locked your dead body in the porta potty? No, I can't. That's right. That's a Metal Gear thing. Hide the body in the porta potty. Can't do that here. Messed up, sure, but it looks like it's part of their defenses. It would be an effective deterrent against other factions, for sure. I feel like this guy's going to turn around. Yep, he is, indeed. There are redeeming qualities of both the wolves and the Seraphites. The Rattlers are just straight trash. Hey, zombie. Can you go do some work for me, please?
Infected got loose! Shit!
Oh shoot, there's a guy back there. I'm not exactly... Oh, hey there. Okay, I guess they finally got it. And I'm really not in a good spot. Can I get back here, maybe? Back in a couple minutes. Don't be too fast. Don't want to miss the ending. Okay. Fast is not how I've been playing this game, so I don't think you have much to worry about. Whenever possible, I try to be stealthy, sneaky. What if I kill you by the porta potty? Alright. Oh, and what if I drag you over by the porta potty? You know what? Nope. Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh, God, not again.
Get her from the side! Yeah, got it!
What if I hide in the porta potty? Oh, shoot. Is it gonna force me to... What if we kiss near the porta potty? Yeah, exactly. I have no bricks to... Hey, don't walk so fast.
She got away. Spread out. Look around. Don't let her escape.
Fuck, get down!
I'm just making absolutely sure that... What? Oh, that... Oh, it was a stun. Oh, it doesn't actually kill them.
Where'd she go? Find where she's
Oh, shoot.
Right over here.
Yeah, I'm not happy with how that went. There's still another one. Okay, there he is. Whoa! Can I? No. Okay. So you don't want me to run up on you. Okay. I respect that.
Got her trapped!
No. No. Okay, yeah, that works. It was bigger, louder, and noisier than I wanted. But it worked. Yeah, sure. I'm suddenly going through these things.
Over there!
Ah! Darn it! Shotgun. So I hear, I'm guessing one of those guys over there is another infected. Are there any supplies around this way? Say I hear infected. Are they both infected? They are. Oh, and there's a lot more guys here too. Oh, but sneaking up on those two is going to be I'm going to need a brick for that. Okay. Okay, supplies, yes. Health, yes. Instantly use health, sure. I think when I was using the crossbow on Abby's playthrough, I got a little used to having a scope. So these guys have helmets, so the arrows probably not going to do a whole lot on them. And yet it keeps giving me arrows. You know, I want to try it. Oh, it does actually work. That's some high caliber arrow.
Find her and bring her down.
I am genuinely surprised.
Does anyone see her? Where the fuck did she go, guys?
No one around.
Oh, swing and a whiff. Nope, 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 nope. Ouch. Poor decisions all around. No. Darn it. What I meant was this.
Got her! Right there!
Yeah, I don't have a good feeling about any of this. A lot of wasted arrows. Say, there's still a guy there. Hang on. Did somebody come around the side? Oh. Machete is better. Glad to see I haven't finished the game in a very short amount. No, I've been tripping on buttons a bit and doing things clumsy and been getting hurt in the process. So I'm not in a very good state. Honestly, I'm expecting to die here. Hey there, Lark. Welcome in. I'm hoping to finish the game here in a little bit.
She got her! Let's find her, come on.
There's a lot of guys here still, and I have no health kits. Can't craft anything. Almost out of arrows. I do still have bullets. I've got, you know, shotgun shells and things like that. I tend to save those for like if the infected get out of control.
Okay.
Okay. Got a little bit of stuff. There's another guy. Okay, he's over there. Whoa! And he almost saw me. I need to back up a little bit. Your cat has stolen your mouse. I was about to ask, Lark, how are you doing? I hope you're doing all right. But apparently you're having mouse stealing cat, you know, cat stealing mouse problems. You finally getting someone to die quietly. Oh, are there supplies around here anywhere? Oh no. There's somebody. Okay, there he is.
Got another man down. We gotta stop her.
Yeah, you do. Do the circle creep. She was laying on top of it. Brain is fried, so not streaming tonight. Decided to chill with others. Oh, okay, well, welcome in. I don't know, you know, if I'd call this a chill stream. You know, it's getting a little dicey. Although I'm 100% prepared and kind of expecting to die in here at some point and have to redo a portion of this. Unless I can magically get some health kits here somewhere somehow. Oh, well, there's some candy bars. That helps. I should do a sound check. There's a guy up there. Oh, asking you shall receive. Health kit. Last of Us Part 2, Prepare to Die edition. Pretty much. And I have been dying. There's I got to a part where Abby confronted Ellie at the movie theater, and you play as Abby in that sequence in a room. Okay, that's where those kits were.
As humans like to say, third time's the charm, right?
Silver with third. Oh.
Don't see a goddamn thing.
Oh, how did this person not see me?
I'll see what's up. Just watch yourself.
How did that person not? You just failed your gang membership. Okay, stun one. Oh shoot, there's 3 of them here. No. Nope, and that was poor. I could have claimed third, sad. So what's Abby's deal? Well, Abby was mad that Joel, at the end of part 1, Joel had killed her dad. You know, her dad was indeed, I suspected, and it turned out it was true, that Abby's dad was the one doctor that you're kind of forced to kill at the end of part 1. She was also a Firefly, so she was annoyed, you know. Oh, that's how that person came down. Okay, I gotcha. Oh. I'm going through this way. Sneak and do this. So Abby was essentially kind of out, a little bit out for double revenge. 1, Joel killed her dad, and 2, Joel also, in doing so, also messed up the perceived, you know, best chance at creating a vaccine in the zombie infection virus thing. It's not really zombies, but still. Now, of course, Abby killing Joel, you know, sent Ellie into murderous rage. So they've kind of been hunting each other, you know, ever since. Oh man, there's another one who flunked their spatial awareness test. So, you can see why Abby was a rage monster, and because he saved Ellie, and you play as both. Yeah, so it kind of gets you, you know, it wants you to understand everything from both sides. Now, the thing is, I'm going to hide back here for a moment. I'm going to check and make sure. Okay, those are the infected guys out there. Is there anybody else up above? I don't think so. So yeah, Abby eventually confronted Ellie at the movie theater, where she shot Tommy, or she and Lev both shot Tommy. I thought they killed Tommy. It turns out, no, Tommy is actually still alive. He's got a lasting injury. He's kind of crippled, and one eye looks kind of permanently damaged. But Tommy is actually alive. We're now like a year or so after most of the rest of the story. And Ellie went back and created a little... Well, no, wait a minute. I've gotten ahead of myself a little bit. Abby confronted Ellie, stabbed Tommy. And a very tense battle took place where you play as Abby in the backstage of the theater, weaving around, trying to sneak up on Ellie. Meanwhile, the whole time Ellie is planting proximity bombs, and it was a very difficult fight, shall we say. And Abby eventually, corners Ellie, beats her up. They beat each other up pretty badly, honestly. And Lev ends up sort of coming to the rescue of both of them. Tells Abby to stop, because that was the other thing. Dina came in to try to rescue Ellie. And so Abby was about to kill Dina, who is, of course, pregnant. And at that point, Lev was like, no, stop. So Abby actually did, and, told Ellie, don't let me ever see your face around here again. Fast forward a year or so. How did it end? Yeah, it very tangled, mess. So it ended with Abby telling Ellie, who was at this point, pretty much beaten up and laying on the floor, don't ever let me see your face again. I'll kill you, etc., etc. And they sort of went their separate ways. Fast forward a year or so later, Ellie and Dina have set up a little homestead somewhere. I'm still not exactly sure where. Dina's had the baby, so they're kind of caring for the baby. But Ellie is still having nightmares, and she can't sleep, she can't eat. She's haunted by, memories of Joel, I guess. And it kind of all comes to a head a little bit when Tommy shows up at their house with new information on Abby, where they can maybe find Abby. And it seemed like maybe Ellie was kind of resigned to letting it go until the prospect of hunting Abby down again showed up, and she has now set out to find Abby yet again. She's set out on another murder rampage. But this time in California. We're in Santa Barbara. Abby and Lev are still together, but they have been captured by this gang called the Rattlers. We don't know a whole lot about them, except that they like to capture infected and chain them up in areas like this. Partly for amusement, but also partly potentially as, as someone in chat said, defense mechanism, effective. Whoa, there's a guy still there. Okay. I'm fucking what? What? She should have let it go. That's kind of where I was at that point. It's like, there's been so much collateral damage. I understand we're sort of emotionally connected. No, not up on the table. I was just gonna grab things. God, still more guys. Okay. We sort of have an emotional investment in Joel, and that's the whole thing, is initially getting a revenge for Joel, but that's kind of the whole point of the story, it feels like, is at what cost? You end up just keep killing and killing and killing to the point where it arguably feels like Ellie ends up doing more harm to Abby by not just killing like her father, but by killing all of her friends, you know, in the process. By numbers, you know, it's, you know, Ellie's kind of, you know, maybe done more harm. So, first time chat from 8-Year Baby. Rattlers seem to use captive infected as a means of entertainment, make their slaves fight them, and punishment for their slaves. You misbehave or try to escape, you go in the pool with the clickers. Ah, yeah. Welcome in, by the way. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's not nice. That's not nice. Would a nice person be doing this? Oh wait, who? Where?
Spread out. Let's go.
Oh shoot.
Over here.
Arrgh. I gotta run. Not in good shape. Well, I'm glad I was able to craft a health kit. Oh! You! I don't like you. Oh, I don't like whoever did that too. Ellie did kill the pregnant lady. That's kind of exactly it, is Ellie's whole journey, you know, kind of has Ellie going bad in a lot of ways. Initially with Nora, you know, the slow beating death of Nora felt very much like, you know, what Abby did to Joel, honestly. It was kind of the same thing. And then Ellie just kind of keeps going, you know, keeps killing. Ah, darn it. Shoot. No, bad. This is bad for me. Whoa, game glitching out. Hey. Oh, missed at point blank range. Yeah, I'm fine with that. That I was not proud of that playthrough there. I do want to try and duck and move back so that I don't get flanked as badly here. Maybe, possibly. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Clicker pool pod. You know, yeah, maybe I should let the clickers out. They're just the noises they're making kind of bug me. I like to let them loose and chuck in a couple of bottles the Rattlers way and let mayhem commence. Yeah, I did that with the first couple. These two clicker. You know what? Yeah, let's give that a shot. I was a bit worried about the clickers because they felt like, oh, that's right, there's still a guy down there. That I'll have to take care of. Yeah, initially there was just one or two, one infected, tied up, so it was kind of easy to let them loose and not have to worry. Where's the stairs? There's the stairs. Problem is, I might need the bottle just to distract them long enough to where I can set them free. Not good. Yeah, okay, hang on. I missed where the guy was. Is he up there? No, wait a minute. Oh, there was ammo down here that I missed. Shame on me. By the way, yeah, welcome in. I'm ordinarily a weekend streamer, but I actually have vacation this week. So I am actually able to finally play during the week. Saturdays I'm usually doing variety type things. This one being the current thing. Oh, I don't like you walking towards me like that. No, and now he's running. Well, if I run far enough. Dude. Disappointed. He's got...
And I love you, random citizen.
Ah! Ah! Stuff happening. Oh, ammo and oh, shoot, and people shooting. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. It'll all be under control eventually. Follow from Frongo. Oh, welcome in. Mistakes were made. Well, yeah. That happens around here. Oh, really? Oh shoot. The rifle. Oh, there's no food in there. Okay. Okay, so clickers are what is going? Nah, stop it. Oh no. Oh shoot. You are not It's a little chaotic in here. Oh no. Come on. I just keep managing to be in People Central, it seems like. You know what? Okay, that was not, in fact, the stun bomb, the stun grenade that I was going for.
Keep her down!
There. It did kill him, but... Oh, man. So, yes, in case you can't tell by now, this is not... Oh, hello, top half of person. This is not a stream you come into for elite gameplay. You come in here for questionable gameplay at best. You know what? I am using these stun grenades. They're pretty useful. Shits and giggles, yes. Sometimes shits, sometimes giggles, sometimes both at the same time. Okay, there's still people up there. I say that's okay, that's chained. Oh, you know what? Now that this downstairs area, is there supplies around here? It's a brick. Could certainly use that. But yeah, I got my start as a Guild Wars 1 streamer, and I do still play it usually on Sundays, but Saturdays and any other day I happen to have time. I'm trying to make a dent in my backlog of video games. And as you can see, Last of Us Part 2 is the current one. that I'm literally stumbling through. I don't have, yeah, well, let's get it ready just in case. Is there anything this way? I forget if I checked this area. I guess I did. Yeah. So yeah, I had never... Oh, there's stuff over here I had not... Oh, just some ammo. Okay. There are a lot of games that, you know, have come out, you know, that I've missed because, you know, day job, working, all that kind of jazz. I can't really keep up with. And the Last of Us games were one of them. Initially, I didn't play them when they came out, you know, years ago because for a number of reasons. Well, number one, I didn't have a PlayStation. For number two, I never really figured myself. All I knew about, you know, Last of Us games, oh, it's like a post-apocalyptic, you know, zombie infection virus thing, you know, story game. Which I never figured myself, you know, that's not really a genre that I care for all that much in general. So I just sort of was like, eh. I had heard that it was, oh, hey there, guy. A very well respected game, but didn't know anything of it. Shoot. Okay, where's people? That guy's there. I'm riding on 1% health here. And it doesn't feel good, I'll be honest. Ah, there it was. There it was. Well, you know what? I'm okay with it because it just gives me another chance to do it better, to do it right. I hear a Dane. Oh, there's a guy over here. There's a guy downstairs here somewhere. There he is. Hey there. Turns out you don't need to be wearing the riot helmets to have no peripheral vision. Okay, the clickers are aimed my way. Now granted, they can't see. But still. Don't move, let them both go. I feel very exposed out here. Yeah, you see me, but if you're gonna come running this way, you're gonna have some of those guys to contend with. I'll keep them a little busy for a little while at least. Okay, now the clickers are kind of my problem again. Wait a minute, I see something over here. Rags, can't do anything. Are there any more bottles out here? Because, yeah, I kind of need to be able to lure them around. Full of arrows. Am I? No, I am not full. Oh, oh, explosive arrows. Oh yeah, I forgot I had those. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can use those as a distraction. They're kind of an expensive distraction, though. Oh, there's a brick. Okay. I suppose another option is I grab these guys and run them both up. Yeah, maybe I do. Hey, you. You see me? Come here. Yeah, you. Come over this way. Come over this way. Oh, gonna dodge. Oh, okay, that one's pretty close. Hey, Dargus, welcome in. Gonna lurk. That's cool. Welcome in. See you around. That one's still on my tail. Oh, it lost me. Oh, okay. That one is going off to join the party. People register to come play, so I deny more people who would have wanted to play. Some people don't come, and they don't even cancel, so we're only 3, and if I die, they just quit the mission without finishing objectives. Only died once. That was annoying. Oh, so Phasmophobia co-op troubles, it sounds like. Well, sorry to hear that, Dargus. Have a bottle. Not even trying public lobbies, not hearing good things about them. Yeah, public co-op. I can't tell you the number of times that I've been in like an Overwatch map or something and just not even doing competitive, just doing unranked, just a random game. And the minute one of our team members dies, more people will just leave. You know, they just give up. Oh, no, we can't come back from that or something. You know, it's like, dude, talk about impatience, not persevering. Oh, that guy jumped down there. Okay, I see. Well, I'm gonna go down and get him. Hesitating about next week. Might not play on a Wednesday again. I should be able to sneak up on this guy. Ellie, your crouch sneak during the Abby fight was so much faster than this. Come on, pick up the pace. I know you've got it in you. Although I do appreciate this guy. Came to a nicely sheltered area. Although, now wait a minute. There was an explosive arrow back here somewhere that I can now get. There. Especially more annoying in Phasmo because you pay for items. If you die, you lose. If your allies just abandon you. Yeah. Yeah. They need to make, you know, there needs to be like a punishment or something for abandoning, like maybe it costs them to abandon. I mean, by all means have a reconnect system in place, you know, because if you drop out because you disconnect, you know, that's one thing, but if people are actively leaving and don't come back, it should hurt. Oh, yes, make a health kit. Here comes a guy who's almost got sight on me. Who's just turning around. Boy, there's a lot of them. You know what? There's those two over there that are like right next to each other. Be right back. Yep. See you around, Mark. I'm hoping that I'm close to Ellie finding Abby. It sounds like maybe we are. Let's try an explosive on... Oh, they're going to come close together. 2 for 1. Now there's just... Oh, nope, there's 2 guys still. Pink mist. Yes. Hang on, isn't that a Gunship song? Pink Mist? I had not made the connection before. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Nope, there's still guys. Three guys. You know what? You know what? I am running. Because I've been I've been having a lot of trouble in this area, so I'm kind of not really taking chances. They saw me run, but they're not really following. Oh, I stand corrected. They are.
I got her! Right over here!
See ya.
It's going to be a wasted silencer.
She's out! Take her! Keep up the pressure!
Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, I thought I was switching to the pistol. Shoot. Oh, no, 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 shit, no, no, Ellie, move! What the? Oh, man. Okay, where are they? They're all the way back. Well, at least I have a chance to redeem that, that messed up silencer. Although, I do have an idea. I mean, I do have things like this now. Nope, that is not quiet ammo. This guy might end up have the silenced machine gun. Oh yeah, the submachine gun. I don't particularly like that gun, although... Oh, I only have 6 bullets. Where'd that guy go? Oh, he's all the way back there. Might have to just... Oh, no, he's coming around. I just have to wait for him this way. Well, not have to, but can, you know, and this doesn't cost anything. Oh, unless he does that. Or not. Oh, I do have full shotgun ammo. I suppose that's a thing. I can always break that out. I just always have a vague expectation that I like to keep the shotguns loaded for infected.
Whoa. Strike! Right here!
Alright, well. They know where I am. Welcome back, Lark. I am still here.
Keep looking, fucker.
Hey, you. I'm still over here.
She went upstairs!
Yeah, and I'm going down here. Enjoy coming down the stairs. I left a present for you up there. And a matter of fact, I should leave another present for you guys around here somewhere. Jeez. There's a lot of them. I'll put another one here. I'll have to deal with exploding them myself. Yep, keep coming. What's this? Tactics? Oh, that was impressive range on that trap. So yeah, finally using the traps. There just seemed to be a never-ending supply of those guys. Yeah, just this is like the final stage of Ellie. Just complete blow people apart, you know. Don't even pretend to be kind or merciful at this point. Although, from what we've seen or know of what little we know of the Rattlers, they don't seem like they particularly deserve it. Let me go through here real quick for stuff. I could stand to make crafting kit. Did I actually use all my proximity bombs? That was a gauntlet. There were a lot of guys in there. Just seemed to. I love you, random citizen. Can you suck my nuts? Welcome in. Suck your nuts, or Kenya. Whichever you prefer to be called. I'll probably just call you Kenya. Welcome in, Last of Us fan. This is my first playthrough, and I've spent way too long just in this last part, you know, because it just seemed like a never-ending, you know, storm of guys. But I finally got through. Doesn't matter. Beat this game 6 million times. Actually, no, that's billion, isn't it? Yes, this is my very first playthrough. And, I'd only recently played the first game, you know, for the very first time, you know, just a few months ago. And quite enjoyed it. This one, I feel, is technically superior, you know, gameplay-wise. I do have a problem with it. It's so long, you know. it's a bit of a slog to get through. Now, granted, having said that, I don't have a whole lot of time to play, so I can only play, you know, a few hours, like on the weekends. So of course it's taken me a while. Right now I'm downloading games because you got a hard drive today. Oh, so downloading any special games? Once I finish this one, I need to figure out what the next games are going to be. I am on vacation this week. Ordinarily, I'm just a weekend streamer. But I do have this week off. Ellie, you're not looking very good right now. I figure tomorrow, I don't know for sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow, but if I do, I have a copy of PT that I think I'm going to try. Casual games beat multiple times. She needs a Snickers. That'll cheer her up. She's like, Ellie, you're going on a murder rampage. Just have a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. Let's just say you're getting close. Well, I feel like this door... They said that Abby was locked up, you know, in this building, so I'm going to guess behind this door is maybe story stuff. So we'll find out here in a little bit. And people keep asking, touch the door. Oops. Wait a minute. People keep asking me, it's like, so who do you like? Do you like Abby or do you like Ellie? And it's like, well, I'm kind of irritated with both of them, honestly. At this point in the game. Of course, you're initially irritated with Abby because she kills Joel. But Ellie, you know, kind of does a good job of, you know, going dark side on this game. One more door. Like both. Both have ups and downs. They do feel very real. Oh, hey, hello there. It's not giving me any buttons to push yet, so... hey, guys.
Where's Abby?
She's bit. Keep back.
Hey, don't put that fucking thing in me.
Hey. Abby tried to escape. She's down in the pillars.
The pillars?
Head down to the beach. You won't miss it. She's probably...
The pillars? Is that like the Wicker Man? Like, hey, yeah, I've got no beef with you guys. You guys go ahead and go wherever you're going. She's dead. Not Abby, the baseball bat girl, yeah. Did I think the game was going to end during the farm section? I did. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it at that point, but that was when I had a little bit of vague hope that maybe Ellie would be like, you know, realize, you know what, you know, in the end, it's not worth it. You know, I feel myself turning evil, and it's not worth it. But at this point, no. There's a bottle I can't pick up, so let's see. Come on. She tried to escape. So Abby and Lev were both captured. It sounded like Lev was still alive, just knocked out. Yeah, whatever's going on, Ellie, just don't get caught up in that.
To the beach.
It's going to be final confrontation. How would you have felt if the game ended right when Abby gets to the theater and they say to be continued? I would have been pissed about that. On the one hand, cool, there's going to be another game. But at the same time, it's like, no. You need a little bit of resolution, you know, at the end of a game. I mean, you know, having a lingering question or two or mysteries or whatever is fine, but that would have been too big of one, I think. Oh, and here... Yeah, not really a fan of the Rattlers. Hey, Abby, you here? Oh, there's a ponytail. This could probably be her. That is not actually her. Cliffhangers is too much. Yeah, cliffhangers are okay, but not for like the central, you know, thing. Oh, I guess there's a path that still goes up this way. Oh, it won't let me go that way. Okay. I legit thought that one girl was Abby because she had the ponytail. It would have been, yeah, it would have been a cash grab. It would have been, that would have felt like an abusive cash grab, I think. It's just one step, Ellie. Come on. Nope. Am I meant to go somewhere else? I'm missing something. Ponytail girl is a legendary misdirect. Okay, so I fell for it. I fell for the trap there. It is a good misdirect. Oh, wait a minute. What's... Okay, that's just a pipe. Hey. Anybody alive over here? Want to tell me? It really feels like I'm supposed to go over here, but at the same time... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just got an indicator. I'm impressed she was able to stand, honestly. And there's Lev.
Abby. I got you. I got you. They're both this way.
I can feel the fight going on in Ellie's head right now. Yeah. Well, they did say that, you know, they had captured that one Rattler guy. Come on, up and over. That one Rattler guy said that they had caught, you know, a woman like that, you know, with ponytail and muscles. Like what, months ago? So she's been chained up for months. So yeah, she's withered a bit. Yeah, I did say ponytail. A table of ponies. You know, I'm sure somebody's sculpted one. You know, there's a table out there where the supports are probably made out of, like, you know, sculpted horses. Hey, Abby, you want to talk? Like, neither one of you is really in any shape to fight, so...
I can't let you leave. I'm not doing this. No. I'm not gonna fight you. Yes, you will.
Yeah, Ellie.
I'm not a part of this.
They're making it hard to like Ellie. Okay, yeah, you got a hit on me. Oops. Okay, that was a double. Yep. I don't particularly like Abby, but I really don't. I do not feel clean doing this. Whoa. Okay, yeah. And I'm sure that was the goal. Really? Really? At a certain point, it feels like it's starting to abuse the player in a way, you know? Oops. Okay, very bad dodges on my part. What if it went to black and closing credits before, you know, like right now, before there was a resolution? You can understand why this game was less well liked. It's taken the messiness to kind of next level, really. Gotta suffer as these two have. Yeah. Do it. Oh, okay. Okay, she does get back. I didn't think she was getting back up. I feel dirty. Them's the rules. And then it to be continued. Okay, now have a good long talk.
No. Just take him.
Brutal is an understatement for this scene, yeah. It felt like it was, you know, the whole game, the brutality felt ramped up from the first one. But yeah, they really went there on that fight. Overdone, yeah. I think I get why they did it, why they pushed it that far. It does feel a bit on the gratuitous side. You stuck your favorite Joel in your favorite finger. Did she actually take the finger? I saw she bit, but I didn't see if, you know, finger actually... The way that Ellie saved Abby in the end. See, I'm okay with it. She took part of the finger. Okay. Oh, two! It was a double! First time chattel from Herskater Shino 95. Best game. Welcome in. Hell of a time to come in. Although by that comment you've already seen this, so you already know. Hey Dina, I'm here with 2 fewer fingers. If she didn't go to Santa Barbara, Lev and Abby would have died. That is true. That is true. It did take quite a turn there. That whole Santa Barbara section. I am, you know, kind of glad she let Abby go. I'm still annoyed with Abby, but at the same time, you know, for the sake of Lev, you know, and you know, I mean, Abby suffered a lot in this one too. Again, as I've been saying the whole time, Ellie has emotional seniority, but at the same time, Ellie really went to the dark side on this one. Oh, and Dina has picked up and left. Fun fact, I had a chandelier in my house. It's identical to the one in this house. Oh, this one? Oh, nice. Ellie turned into Joel in a sense. Well, I was saying when Ellie got to Nora in the hospital, she beat Nora to death was pretty much exactly the same as what Abby did to Joel. You know, just slowly killing, you know, torturing the person, you know, to try to get information out. I mean, granted, she didn't have to do it with a golf club, but it was very much directed in the same way. Dina, you in the bathroom? No? Okay. If I ever were to lose you, I'd surely lose myself. Yeah. That's right, that was the song that Joel initially sung. And it feels more apt for Ellie that it's like, yeah, now she's, you know, what is Ellie at this point now? She's kind of become a bit of a monster. You know, redeemed slightly for in the end letting Abby and Lev go. Because, I mean, Lev was an innocent in all of this, and he needed Abby. So Ellie doesn't know or care anything about Lev, but what revenge can make of a person, you suddenly lose everything that's important to you, and in the end, Ellie is alone. Yeah. Not a hat. Oops. There we go. I'm not good at this. Yeah, that was if I was ever to... Her greatest fear was to end up alone. That's right, she did say that, didn't she? I say that's going to be the end.
What are you drinking?
Coffee.
Where'd you get that?
It was all a drink.
Those people that came through last week.
Oh.
A little embarrassed as to what I had to trade to get it, but it's not bad.
Do tell, Joel.
I had Seth under control.
Yeah, I know.
And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
Okay. Dina. Is she your girlfriend?
No. No, that was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. She just, I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her.
So stupid.
I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but I do know that she would be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
I'm not trying to.
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
Because you do matter to the people who love you. Come on. Joel, say it. Yeah. I suppose he doesn't have to.
I don't think I can ever forgive you for that. try.
I like that.
Okay. I'll see you around.
Yep.
You're right, that was a great scene. As the window looks like the window that was the title screen from part 1. 4 hours 19 minutes late. You missed the ending too. Yeah, Jeff. Welcome in, Jeff. Yeah, wow. Did I play the first part? I did play the first part. I only played... Yes, I'm finally done with the game. I thought it was great, honestly.
28 stab wounds.
Yeah, honestly, I thought the ending was great. I mean, you know, tragic as hell, you know, of course, for Ellie. I do have a misgiving about this game, though, you know, compared to the first one. Is primarily the length. This one feels very padded, and it takes a long time to get through. But the story of it and everything, I think, is great. It is, out of necessity, you know, much messier than the first one, for sure. So, what do I think about the final fight and the ending to that fight? I was already at the point, you know, because prior to that, you know, Ellie and Abby have their first run in at the theater, where there's, you know, the long, you're playing as Abby and you're stealthing around trying to knock Ellie in the back of the head, which, you know, if you want to see Ellie die a lot, you go watch the VOD, because I was like it took me like 45 minutes on that part alone. But did finally get her. How Abby ended up leaving, you know, letting Ellie go, you know, because Lev, you know, stepped in, you know, to intervene. And then we flash forward, what, a year or so, and Ellie's living life with Dina. I thought that was going to be the end, honestly. That maybe Ellie's realized, you know what, maybe I have gone a little bit too far down the evil, you know, the evil revenge murder road. And maybe I need to pull back. You know, I've got a family now, need to settle down. We need to get all through everything. But then she starts having the nightmares and everything, and Tommy shows up. Okay, yeah, we know she's in Santa Barbara. It's like, oh, this is going to keep going. Most people hate it. I actually thought it was a very smart ending. She learns revenge isn't worth it anymore, but it's too late. Yeah, that's exactly it. Is I felt like she had the chance, when she was initially at the house with Dina, that was her chance to let it go. And she would have had her family and everything would have been good. But nope, she decided to go out on one more revenge hunt. And the ending fight with her and Abby, brutal as hell. And I legit thought she was going to kill Abby. I was really, that fight was, I don't want to say funny. It felt like it was kind of punishing the player in a way, because at that point, Abby is so broken down, and just wants to get Lev away, where you're like, this isn't really an equal footing thing now. So it felt abusive, to be the player at that point, so revenge cycle isn't worth it in the end. Well, yeah, and that's the whole thing, is it never ends. Ellie would have finished with the whole thing, and she wanted to live normally on the farm with Dina. Tommy incited her again in the end. Well, and it sounded like, Ellie, she was already kind of on the precipice, because even before Tommy showed up, she was having nightmares, she kept seeing Joel, she couldn't eat, she couldn't sleep, she wanted a resolution of some sort. So what Tommy did was he kind of came in and he brought the match, when he showed up. Stupid Ellie. I think a big part, Ellie was extra revenge seeking because she never got to forgive Joel, and he died without hearing her forgive him. That last scene, the flashback to her talking to Joel, was great, because it felt like that was the beginning of them starting to talk to each other, and they were never able to fully reconcile because Joel died. Given time, they would, they probably would have been able to. She still had a lot of love for Joel, but at the same time she was angry at him, over the decisions he made. So, she, for years, she had all of that stuff, running around in her brain. Oh man, I can't even begin to imagine how complex of a, emotions that would be. It's like, you love him, he was kind of your proxy dad for the longest time, but at the same time, he maybe messed up, the cure for humanity. Again, I still have my own, misgivings about the prospects of that, but still, as far as she was concerned, she considered herself a potential cure, so I don't know. It's never equal footing when Big Guns Abby shows up. I did note that yes, at the end, with Abby, she'd been staked out and more emaciated. It brought the physicality down to where it was more equal footing. Although honestly, Ellie had no trouble killing Abby a lot of times in the movie theater on my playthrough. Welcome in, Blood. How you doing? What kind of grade would I give part 2? Honestly, people have been doing like scores out of 5, 5 out of 5, 4 out of 5. Jeff said it's a 5 out of 5 for me. I feel like part 1, I think, is a 5 out of 5. I feel like part 2 is a 4 out of 5 for one reason. Part 1 is a 3 out of 5 for me. I feel like part 2 gets one knock off of it, and it's purely because of the length. It feels a little bit over padded. The story, great. I think purely on story, I think they're both 5 out of 5s, but for different reasons. Just learn the speed run. Yeah, was it Silver? Someone was in here saying that they think they had clocked a speed run at like 2 hours. I'm like, I can't even imagine, what you have to do. I'm gonna have to look that one up and see, because that I would be dying to see that, because that's crazy. If they make a part 3, would you want to see what's going on with Abby and Lev, or just Ellie? You know what I wanted? I mentioned this before. If they did a part 3, oh, hang on, let me turn the game down a little bit. I kind of want a version of the game that's almost a prequel, where we go back and we follow Joel and Tommy together in the intervening years, after the outbreak. I am curious what happens with Abby and Lev, where they get to. But at the same time, it feels like, excuse me, between the two of them, they've got, the survival skills. They can get somewhere and they can camp out and they can live off the land enough. I am curious what happens with Ellie, but at the same time, I almost don't want to know, because I feel like knowing what happens to Ellie ultimately would take away from the ending of this game. The idea of the ending of this game, like you guys have said, is like she messed it all up. She gave it all away, so leaving us hanging on what happens to Ellie feels like the tragic ending it should be. But if they gave us a part 3 where it's like, okay, here's Ellie part 3 and we find out what happens to her, then that feels like it would diminish this ending. Joel and Tommy's story would be interesting. I have questions about that, because Tommy said something in part 1 that he has nightmares about the time, that he was with Joel, in the initial time after the outbreak. And, Tommy was in the Fireflies, originally. So I feel like there's there's material there for them to work with, Let's see. What's the next game? Well, I am uncertain. I've mentioned before, I am actually on vacation this week, so I can actually stream during the week. I do not know for sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow. It all depends if my wife wants to do something. If I do, however, I have a copy of PT that I was thinking of doing. I kind of missed out on doing a Hollywood spooky game because I was trying to crank through this game. And this game just kind of kept going and going. So, PT, did I hack a PS4? No. I was able to find a download for it. PT, the game Sony didn't want to play, yeah. I've got it. I did scan it for malware. It is apparently clean. I opened it up, and it led me into a creepy room with a door. So it is a game. So I was thinking of that one. Because I've been hearing a lot about it. Heard people, I did hear that actually, that there's a back door for it on PS5. A fan remake, or someone actually ported it to PC. I think somebody ported it. But I was thinking maybe tomorrow I might play PT, because my understanding is it's a very short game. It can be between an hour and a half to maybe 3 or 4 hours. Because it was just a demo for a potential Silent Hills game. I do have Silent Hill 2 that I was thinking of maybe playing, but at the same time, The Last of Us Part 2 and a number of the games I've been playing recently have gotten me vaguely depressed. That and the weather just changed here, so we've got cloudy weather here, and so I kind of wanted to play something a little happier, a little more upbeat. PT, of course, is not going to be an upbeat game. So, but at the same time, I think PT, from what I understand, is a very quick game. So it's like, okay, I can do a late Halloween stream, a late spooky stream, see how I respond to that. And then after that, I'm going to keep playing. I played Kena, Bridge of Spirits, a little bit on a PC stress test last week, and actually I was having fun with that, so I think I'm going to keep playing that. That is a very short game too, though, so I should be able to knock that out in a day or two. After that, I really don't know. So, let's see. Let's see. Abby and Ellie team up to go fight crime in Last of Us Part 3, coming exclusively to Fortnite in 2030. Only on PlayStation. You know, if it were up to the execs only, they probably would do that. About The Last of Us 2, maybe it's one of those cases where the ending takes a while to sink in before people can accept a sequel for it. Probably. Let's see. We take Ellie as the main character again. In part 3, it must be clarified with the vaccine whether there's a possibility Ellie thinks about it or dies of it. Did I overall enjoy Ellie or Abby's section more? I felt Abby's section was more interesting because we were learning new things about the world. Like, we were learning more about the wolves, you know, the characters there. We were learning more about the Seraphites. The whole time I was playing Ellie's playthrough, we of course fought the Seraphites, but at the same time, we didn't really have a whole lot of information on who they were, you know, or what their issues were. So I did appreciate in Abby's story getting a little bit more of that. And, you know, the conflict that Abby gets to where she's not sympathizing with the Seraphites at all, but she is, you know, kind of taking care of these two kids. So, if this is on PC, then it's a fan remake. Okay. Okay, well, I guess I'll play a fan remake of PT. God of War is coming. Do I play that? Actually, that is another one that is on my potential list, and I have been looking. Every single day I wake up and I think, you know, maybe this will be my next game, or that'll be my next game. I'm currently kind of wavering between. God of War is actually one of them. I didn't play the first one, but I do have it. I do have it readily available. I also have Alan Wake, Silent Hill 2. I mentioned. I don't think I'm going to do Silent Hill. I mean, I will do Silent Hill, but I'm probably going to wait a little while for it. I was kind of in the mood to play Wind Waker, honestly, because Wind Waker's a pretty bright and sunshiny, you know, kind of game. But Wind Waker is also very long, so I don't know. Oh, New Game Plus. I managed to talk all the way through the credits. Play through the game with all the upgrades and equipment. Okay, yeah, well, not right now. It is cool that they gave a new start screen, though. Retro game, just cheesing, unless... Was I considering Beyond Two Souls? I do have Beyond Two Souls. That was actually another one I was considering, was actually Heavy Rain. I have both of them. I wasn't really thinking Beyond Two Souls because I still... I had been watching Pierogi play that Mario Kart. we could end. I could play, you know, half an hour, 45 minutes of Mario Kart. Although honestly, I might end up talking this whole time. Actually, you know what? Before I do anything, there is one thing that I wanted to do. Now, having finally finished The Last of Us Part 2, when I first started The Last of Us Part 2. Detroit Become Human is great, and I did play that recently. Boot the shit up, and I'll play even though I should eat. Okay, yeah. So we'll end with a little bit of Mario Kart, but before we get there, we'll give it 5 or 10 minutes because there's a couple of things I want to do here first. Daily 12-hour streams for a whole week. It won't be 12-hour streams. There is a possibility, however, that I may actually stream all week. It is a possibility. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. I will be streaming on Friday for sure. And then, of course, Saturday, Sunday doing my normal thing. Monday, Tuesday, to be determined. But when I first started up The Last of Us Part 2 stream, I had come to the game so late that I had just heard things, you know, off the internet, that I wasn't entirely sure if they were spoiler. Well, I knew they were potentially spoilers, but I wasn't sure if they were true. So when I started the stream, I sort of put up a spoiler tag and I outlined, well, here's all the stuff that I've heard about this game. So I put it all out there so that at the end of the game, I could look back as a little bit of a retrospective and see how much of it is true. How about starting with edition of part 2 from the beginning? I'm gonna go look at the speed run and see, you know, how people were doing it, because 2 hours, I don't get it. So anyway, I'm gonna put up a little video here. This is myself well over a month, probably 2 months ago, before starting to play this game, discussing, did I notice anything in the new screen? Well, we're in Santa Barbara now. It's the boat, you know, and there's the round, you know, thing, I guess, where was that where they were holding the prisoners? It's not, you know, actually what I'm noticing now, it's bright and sunny, and I appreciate that. So, but I'm going to pop up this little movie. This is myself 2 months ago, just before I started playing this game for the first time. Let's see what I thought I knew. Excited to see what you think of part 2. I'm not going to spoil anything, obviously, but I would say it's a lot different from part 1. Funny you say spoilers, because I have this shiny little button here. You 2 months ago, too. Because I think that I have heard some spoilers. Just over the years, just through internet osmosis. So, I'm going to leave this alert on, and if there's anyone who's like watches the VOD or in chat, you know, lurking in chat or whatever, who doesn't want to hear these potential spoilers, go ahead and just mute until this sign goes away, because I do kind of want to get out in the air what I think I've heard. Sure, turned all blue. With that said, I'm gonna flash the thing a couple of times here. Nostalgia, yes. Okay. Spoiler time, or at least, again, potential. A new day dawns on the kingdom of Ascalon. This is what I've heard. Number 1, Joel gets killed. Now happens, and I don't know how far in, but I believe that act ends up sending Ellie essentially on a murder rampage for the whole rest of the game. I don't know for sure. Not the whole, but most of it. The other thing that I have heard is that you don't just play as Ellie. I think you also play as someone on the other side, like who maybe killed Joel or something. Yeah. And also, don't tell me if this is correct at all either, because I want to kind of discover if this is correct at all. But yeah, I've heard that you kind of play like two sides of the story at once, and then not quite, you know, how you feel about each character at the end of the story, you know, might change quite a bit from how you feel about them at the beginning of the story. Now, I don't know if any of that's true. I suspect Joel dying, it honestly is a very likely thing, given how everything I've seen about this game is very Ellie focused, it seems like. So I'm not going to say anything. Nor should you. But that is my little bit of knowledge going into this, and I have no idea if it's accurate at all. So, well, turns out it was pretty accurate. So stuff I had heard on the internet was true. The only thing that was wrong was I said something about that you alternate playing as the two characters at the same time. Turns out no, you play all as Ellie, and then you rewind the clock 3 days and you play all as Abby. And but then I wasn't expecting the whole thing in Santa Barbara at the end. So the boat presents the fact Abby and Lev made it to the Fireflies. They reached in the basement. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is actually, you know, Abby and Lev's resolution here then. Okay. And then you play some extra bonus Ellie. Yes. Yeah. And honestly, I kind of felt dirty, you know, there towards the end playing as Ellie, because I was like, Ellie, you know, kind of going a little far. This is going a bit farther than I probably would. I had a similar, like, just a little tiny little feeling, a similar feeling at the end of part 1, you know, when you kill the one doctor, because, I mean, if you don't, you know, the doctor attacks you. So you kind of have to kill him. But the other two you can let go. And I was like, you know, he's a doctor, he's a civilian. You know, this world needs doctors. I don't want to kill you. Get out of my way, guy. But he attacks, so you kind of had to. I did initially think, you know, that maybe Abby's beef with Joel, it did seem personal, so maybe, you know, she was related to the doctor, since the doctor was the only character in part 1 I could think of that Joel, like, had to kill, apart from Marlene. But so anyway, that said, The Last of Us Part 2 took me like 2 months to get through, and somehow somebody out there has done it in 2 hours. And then you end up in the sunshiny world of Mario and become a professional death race driver. Well, to that point, actually, yeah, let me start. Yeah, Jeff is eager for me to get into some Mario Kart, and honestly, I feel like I need a little Mario Kart, actually, because it's a great story and everything. I appreciate it. I am a bit depressed though, so I'd like to end on a little bit of, you know, bright, sunshiny silliness. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put up the BRB screen just for a minute or two, just so I can switch inputs and everything, and close the game down. But thanks everyone for hanging out for part 2. Time for happy, colorful race car murder. Yeah, exactly. Race car murder is fun. You know, I mean, there's bananas with smiley faces. You know, that's happy. So anyway, put in the BRB. I'll be back in a minute or two.
It's as good as new now.
Don't want to do
except
it.
that we had to reset it, meaning we had to wipe its memory. I hope you don't mind.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Understand. It probably wasn't interesting anyway. A man found dead in a sex club downtown. Guess they'll have to solve the case without us.
You know, probably wouldn't do me any harm to get some air.
Did you say sex
Some
club?
clothes in the bedroom there.
I'll go get them.
Well, let's see. They're known for the drill. How's he standing up against the wall? Hello? Is this a dick shooter extraordinaire? There's not so much dick shooting in this game, as it turns out. That's right. I do keep forgetting about the control thing. I feel like I should provide a little bit of context for that, but I almost wonder if it's more fun just leaving it, you know, just as is without explaining it. All right. Oops. The OBS is lying. The PlayStation is shut down. What this usually means, though, is that I need to deactivate and reactivate the capture card. So one moment. All right. So yeah, Mario Kart time. Have a nice night. With me in Austria, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. Good night. Yeah, thank you for coming in. Thanks for joining on the tail end of the playthrough. Sadly, I do not. Well, I'm going to join in. Let's see. What was it? Online play? Reality is breaking on my shirt. Oh, it is. Yeah, my chroma key needs a little bit of dialing. Hang on, I can adjust that. There, a little bit better. So, all right. Yeah, I'll race. I've got, you know, half an hour. I mean, 45 minutes or so that I can play before I'll have to go in. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Reminds me, how's Guild Wars 1 going for? Gonna get some ice cream. Yep, see you, Lark. Have good ice cream. Yeah, Jeff, I'm just gonna go ahead and join in something, and yeah, I'll go as Daisy again. So, Guild Wars 1. I'm going to be back on Guild Wars 1 on Sunday. I skipped it on this previous Sunday because it was Halloween stream and anniversary stream. Oh yeah, and not anniversary, streamiversary. It's been 1 year doing this stuff. So where I last left it, I've got my Ranger. She's in post-searing Ascalon, and I'm trying to go through things in hard mode. And it's a bit difficult. I managed to almost do the Great Northern Wall mission. Actually, I was able to do the mission until the end where I needed to run away from the... you're in spectating, okay. I managed to do the mission up until the end where you have to run from the Char horde. And I forgot that the Char, in hard mode, they get a little bit of a speed boost. So they were able to catch up to me without much trouble, so they killed me then. So I went looking for a speed buff. I bought a Sprint, so I have Sprint. But then I also saw, I can get, what was it, Dodge as a early game quest reward. So I tried doing the quest for that in hard mode and just got completely destroyed, just even doing the side quest. Yeah, I felt a little bit trolled. Yeah. I had a brief moment of hope that maybe I can do this because the Devourers that pop up as you're running away, they also distract the Char. So when I was able to run past the Devourers and the Char got stuck on them for a little bit, I was like, oh, that gives me a little bit of room. Not enough. It really only bought me probably an extra 2 or 3 seconds, Sprint does have better uptime. So if I have to choose one, it would be Sprint. But what I'm kind of wondering is if I need both, if I need two. Because the thing with Sprint is it's a strength attribute, which, as secondary warrior, you don't have access to strength. So I can't pump that up, to be longer duration. However, even just its default duration is 8 seconds, which is, not all that bad. Dodge! Welcome back, Lark. I'm already feeling better. I'm not even in the game, but I'm already like, okay, yes, it's bright, sunshiny, we're in Paris, there's Isabel, Oh, well, she's not happy, but, Ooh, Thwomp. It's got to be Thwomp of that crowd. Let's see, is Jeff in here? I don't see Jeff. Oh, it looks... Oh, are we maxed out? Oh, somebody just dropped... There he is. There he comes. He's just waiting for one person to drop out there. Everyone's going for that other... Oh. Hacker noise. I'm in. Alright, well, let's see what we get. Ha ha! The one person who votes for Thwomp gets it. Fuck you guys. Does that mean I'm going to win the race? No. But, we'll see. Oh, that Yoshi Oh, that Yoshi really... That was a very subtle little bump. But he really kind of messed up my world with it. Oh yeah, the shortcut. Can I do the shortcut? Not quite. Last time I played this, I nailed the shortcut. Storm Chaser is a good skill. Yeah, I think I looked at Storm Chaser, but I don't think you get it until later in the game. And I'm kind of stuck in Ascalon. Whoa! Careful of that. Ah, Piranha Plant. Oh no, blue shell. There, got it that time. Oh, bullet build. 8th? Oh man, I'm getting destroyed here. Oh no, I didn't want to do... Well, I guess I'm doing this now. Hey. Not... Oh, okay. No. Jeff, if that's you in first, that blue shell's from me. Enjoy it. Oh. Oh no, really? Robbed. Oh, that was brutal. 25 faster with up to 20 seconds duration and 20 seconds recharge time on Wilderness Survival. Yeah, Storm Chase is great. So yeah, Jeff, did you feel the second blue shell? The first blue shell was not me. It passed me by. Oh, Ribbon Road. You know, I'm gonna go random, I think. But the second blue shell, that one was from me. Although I'm not sure if you were in the lead. I think you were in the lead at that point. The second one actually hit the other guy, but you got lightning bolt. Oh, over the pit. Yeah. Yeah, when that happens. Has not everyone suggested a course yet? We've got more guys coming in. There we go. Oh, Ribbon Road. I've said this before. Ribbon Road. It's a lovely course. It's a beautiful course, but there's something about it. I just constantly falling off the edge. I mean, it's worse than Rainbow Road for me somehow. You know, in terms of falling off things. Oh, or into walls like that. Now, granted, part of it's because I make questionable decisions like that. You know, taking the shortcuts. That was not my bomb. That was Link's bomb. But I did have a great view of it hitting you there, Jeff. Oh, I messed that up badly. And I messed that up badly too. Alright. I complain, you know, honestly, I complain about Ribbon Road always falling off the edge, but it's really kind of my own fault. Because I keep, you know, doing things like that, you know, taking chances. Oh. Oh, ho, ho. Okay, my turn to get lightning bolted over the pit. Brutal. First easy. I mean, for Ribbon Road, that wasn't too bad for me, but these are kind of all... I'll go Toad. The shortcuts are a trap. They are a trap, you know, honestly, but I managed to fall for them almost every time because they look easier than they are, you know. It's like, oh, that doesn't look like a big deal. You know, actually, I think why they're a trap is because the road you're on is fluttering, you know, as you're trying to make the jump. So it kind of depends, you know, what height the things are. It affects how well you can make the jump. Exactly, yeah. Oh, okay. That was unfortunate. This is drifting the course. Ah, Jeff. Whoa! Oh, shoot. I did not take advantage of that opening very well. That was not my blue shell, but I was kind of right behind you when it happened. That was probably not a great decision. Probably going to regret it. Actually having the horn when a blue shell comes, that's very rare for me. Wow, an actual first finish for me. Honestly, I lucked out that whole last stretch that nobody had a red shell on me. Because, you know, using the horn on the blue shell is easy because, you know, you see the blue shell coming. You know, with the red shells or, you know, green shells, you don't see them coming. Or usually not with the lead time that you get with the blue shell. The mirroring fucked me. The mirroring messed me up a little bit, but not too badly. Mario Circuit 3. I seem to remember this, that you were a big Mario Circuit guy. You like the sneeze tracks? Yeah. You know, honestly, I had not played any Mario Kart until Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U. That was my first actual karting thing. The sneeze track. Well, I mean, isn't that what people call the SNES? You know, they say SNES and people just started calling it the sneeze. SNES. Oh. You say SNES when you could say sneeze? Jeff, you're not a man of culture. You have a chance to say sneeze, you take it. Oh, that was very poor. Okay, that was also very poor. Oh, okay, this Link guy. On the one hand, I kind of admire it. You know, he managed to bump me just at a perfect point to where I got into the dirt at a really nasty location. But, well, I just made him pay for it at least. No, oh no, oh, purely my own fault there. Yeah, also my fault. I need to actually brake slightly on that turn. Oh! Are you what the fuck even just... Oh man, never mind the last 100 yards, the last like 10 yards, you know, completely. I got bullet billed, I got blue shelled, I got, you know, the invincible guy came through. Thwomp, oh, these are all good. I kind of want a rematch on Thwomp, actually. Thwomp. We shall see. Now it's funny because the last on Thwomp Ruins, that last shortcut, you know, that one I can usually land. That one's usually pretty easy for me. Now, having said that, I did fail that one time on the last round, but... Swamp at 100. Well, it's easy, but sometimes whoopsie. Yeah. That one's unique. Yeah, it is easy, but at the same time, when you miss it, it does kind of make you feel a little stupid for missing it. Because it is usually pretty easy. Oh, not a green shell. Green shells have a nasty way of finding me. Fortunately, I had a second green shell in the bank. Oh, blue shell. Yeah. And there goes Jeff. Oh, that wasn't Jeff. That was Tissy. Tissy's the other Link. Oh, green shell. Oh. Alright, do I make the jump with ink? No, I do not. Not a huge fan of the plant. It's very specific to only being useful when people are right next to you. Oh. Oh, and I burned through all the mushrooms. This one went from, you know, pretty good to bad, you know, just on a dime. Okay, I managed to salvage 5th. Oh well. I'm not happy. That was garbage because it was on 100. Jeff's like, I can't perform unless I'm at least a 150. 10th, pretty much the whole plate. You know, that's the genius tactic. You know. Oh, Rainbow Road. Oh. Yeah. You know, you stay in last place, you know, people can't hit you. Well, not as easily. They can throw a red shell backwards, but... Kept going for the double item box and not getting it. Yeah, I that happens a lot, is I'll be aiming for one... And actually, even just a single, you know, and a guy will be right next to me and he'll dart in and get it just before I can. It's like, oh, man. You know, and not leave me enough time to scoot over and get the next one. $100 again. Dude, the 100 shit. $100 shit's gonna kill me. Oh, I went just in the dirt on that one. Oh, yeah. Is that Tissy again? He's gonna cut me off with that banana. Oh no, he didn't. He got someone else. Oh, I saw that guy had the horn. I knew it was coming. A horn? Really? I'm in 5th place and I've got a horn. I suppose maybe it did work on that red shell. Oh, fuckers. I'm back in the horde of badness. Of just shit popping off everywhere. Really? Triple banana? Really? Oh, this might be useful. Not enough. Alright, so Jeff, I think I'm going one more race, and then I think I will have to call it. Oh, Jeff down in 8th. Oh. I feel you typing curse words right now. Permanent ban on 100cc until we can figure out what the fuck is going on. I don't really like any of these. And Cheeseland's not bad, I suppose, but yeah, I think this is going to be last race, and then I think I'm going to bail out. Gotta go check on food, you know. See how my wife stated. But thank you for playing too. It's nice to have a little, like I said earlier, a little bit of a little bright sunshiny and rainbowness after The Last of Us 2. You know, a little bit of counter programming. Cheeseland, okay. I'm not wild about Cheeseland, but I don't hate it either. So, and it is 150. You're right, it is 150. So. Ooh, that guy burned himself out. Oh, and oh, yeah, I messed that up badly. Oh! That might have been the longest skid I've ever done, and it did not work out for me in my favor. I'm skidding into walls badly. Staying away from that blue shell. Oh, I wasted a mushroom. I should have used on that shortcut. Oh! Yeah. Oh, first and second for us. So we both. You did get me bad. You got me bad a number of times. You got me with that banana like early on in the game, and then later on, you know, we were ping ponging a little bit. I heard Daisy say, "Oh," and I needed to. All right, leave the group. Yes, I'm gonna bail out. But yeah, you know, both of us going, you know, last race, both of us going number 1 and number 2 at the same time. That sounds wrong. I apologize, but that's a good way. Neck and neck, neck and butt. Yes. So, anyway, I'm gonna put up my end stream thing here while I provide a little bit of context for that. This clip again, really? I don't think the random clip player really knows what random means. It kind of keeps playing the same ones over and over. Okay. Poo poo pee pee 1 and 2, yes. That's not the end of it though. That was too easy. Or was it? Let's see who is out there to raid. That was actually it. That was like the entire level. You know what? Sarah Alifair is playing. So I'm gonna send a raid over her way. She'll be excited to hear that I finished The Last of Us Part 2. So let's see. Raid messages. Here's raid 1. And here is raid 2. First one for people who are subscribed, and 2 in case you are not subscribed. Let's see, /raid Sarah Alifair. Hopefully she is actually playing. She does have a young child that she, you know, sometimes babysits. Well, not babysits, it's her kid, you know, but sometimes she needs to step away from the computer or the PlayStation. Oh, hey, Ellie, murdering, you know. Justifiably, though, that was David, so, you know. But anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out. And again, I don't know for sure that I'll be streaming tomorrow, but if I am, I imagine it will probably be PT or the PT fan remake, you know, whatever it is. And then Friday, probably Kena Bridge of Spirits continued. Lark, yep. Have a good night. Yep, have a good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you guys next time. Oops, hang on. I messed something up. Is honestly the chaos. And delay one thing here. Comes from. I mean, it could be fun to do a one-on-one race. I missed a button. I buy and bless up, yeah. At the same time, there's so much bullshit in Mario Kart. Okay, sending the raid now because the timer is about to go. Thanks everyone for hanging out, and I'll see you next time. I have a feeling I could get drunk as fuck in this game would make me hallucinate. Yeah, you know, honestly, I bet you that's part of the appeal. You could be high.